Hello, universe. Welcome to stream of the weekday. It is me, streamer of the day week. Oh, I gotta unpin those achievements. I guess I could just click them. Let me screenshot them actually so I don't lose track of them. I was doing a run which incorporates all of those achievements, which has been interesting to put it lightly. I gotta almost certainly turn off this music. Miko, streamer of the day week. Finally, someone gets my title. As much as I'm down for listening to Kingdom Hearts music, I am pretty sure that portion of the VOD's going to be muted to an extreme degree. Now, why can't I hear Factorio? That's better. Nice to see you, Flip. How are you today? What are we doing here? Oh, right. Oh, gosh. Why is there a biter nest here? I'm kidding. I remember. I have enough object permanence for that one. I hope you were fooled, though. Boozled, perhaps. Okay, we make hella productivity module 3s. Like, defaultly, we should just be shipping these on a ship somewhere. I'm going to go and make it so that our primary ships all request 50 of them now. Any ship that's making a trip between both places is going to be requesting 50 productivity modules 3. What are they going to be used for? I don't know yet. I apparently have already done this. I'm already a step ahead on one of them, which is nice. Don't know how the heck that happened, but I did do it. I don't know if I have a cold or something, but I've been sneezing a lot the past couple of days. Good sleeping. Honestly, I feel that. I slept like garbage the past like 2 or 3 days. It's only a little bit my fault. Like, yeah, I could go to bed earlier, but is it really going to make a difference? Me making bad decisions from the moment I wake up to the moment I go to sleep. This is antiquated, I think. This big line of garbage. It is, because this doesn't go on this belt anymore. So I could just pick up this belt and salvage this. I feel like we gather things extremely fast now. I don't think it was this fast before. It probably was. Maybe it's just that we're faster. We are quite fast. We got that speed in us. All right, so I was thinking about stuff. I am pretty confident I went on like I don't know if rant is the right word, but I'm pretty sure I was like, here's the plan. I'm gonna do ba 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 and ba 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 and then ba ba ba, and I was pretty confident that I said something like that at the end of the last stream. I don't remember what I said is the issue. So we run into the unfortunate coinky-dink that I kind of just have to like guess and pray. Thought this was saying we're out of ammo. Look, that's half the fun. It's a nice, fresh experience. What I should do, what I do in some of my playthroughs, is I'll type stuff into the chat log so I don't forget, because my memory is kind of ultra buns. Is the Apollo waiting for anything? It has passenger present as a requirement. Also has a cargo requirement of bioflux, which means I'm thinking something's wrong with the bioflux. Because it's not importing any more bioflux, in spite of a bunch being available? What are you doing? Is it because you're out of a material? No, you're just not doing it. Why are you not doing it? Oh, because I lowered the request to 200 instead of 500. Duh. Perfect. So now hopefully you'll go here and in those 600 seconds you'll successfully pick up a handful of those productivity modules, which I'm going to make a request on Gleba to grab those productivity modules. I think we're going to just start slamming them like early on in this chain. Now, do productivity modules 3 result in a net gain versus, because ones are a net negative when you put them in a machine for like total per minute. But are prod 3s like the exception of the rule is the question, and we're going to test quickly and find out. Let's say we're making blue belts. Normally we make 2.5 per second. Blue belts are a bad example as I can't do blue belts with productivity modules. That's okay. Nobody saw me do that. This isn't a 100+ hour playthrough. All right, 2.5 per second. Okay, no, it's dramatically slower still, so we don't want to go too crazy on them. Although it is a crazy amount of productivity. 40% on nothing is good. So I was using pin locations as a to-do list. That's really clever. I never thought about that. I know you can pin locations and pin people. I just have no idea how to do it. I've seen other people do it, so I know it's possible, but I've never done it myself. You're totally gonna have enough stuff. Okay. So I'd like to start a new ship. That's something I'd like to start working on passively, and it's going to involve railguns. I don't know how railguns even work, so let's start making railguns to start. Probably turn on Alt. This is my railgun maker. It looks like it may as well be. Oh, I want a railgun myself, too. Aquila music just got funky. I forgot that we need to build near heating stuff. My brain is not ready to go. It needs some cold fluoroketone. We learned also that our fluoroketone should be like completely ultra positive permanently now because of our reactor. Right, I was going to work on stuff here too, I remember. But I don't know exactly what I was going to do. Can I get cool fluoroketone up here? It's already like right here, so surely, but maybe I should put this somewhere else. I think it may be pertinent to me to just bring cool fluoroketone like out of this area if I can. That is so unbelievably un-Fortnite. Actually, it's fine. I think I made it a little bit too loud. It's kind of obliterating my ears at this point. Maybe it's just a kilo is a little bit louder. I think it's Alt right click. Whoa. Cold place. That's crazy. I appreciate it. There's no way I would have figured that out on my own. I mean, maybe I would have eventually accidentally. One day I'm just like, what happens if you do this specific input? Okay, so I just want to bring the cold fluoroketone. I forgot how pipes worked. Wow, what? We're out of ice because we're capped on ammonia. I'm gonna just dump the ammonia for the second so we start getting ice again because we're not making science packs. Not that we need them crazy muchly right now, but I don't want to think about it this second, and clearly we produce a lot of it. Okay, let's delete cold place for now. You know, it's probably much easier to actually bring it up there. Yeah, like every 100 hours I look through the keybind settings and find something new. I learned something new. Yeah, it's basically how it goes though. I'll see people post things on like a post on a forum or something and I'll be like, that is not a feature. You just made that up. Turns out it is often a feature. Heck, this is so confusing. I mean, it's not that confusing. I'm being a little bit whiny about it, I'll admit. I feel like I'm a little bit justified to whine. Do I want some wine with that cheese? Probably. Are you offering? Okay, cool. Wait, I could have just dragged it from out of the fusion reactor. Wait. That's free real estate right there. Hold the phone. I didn't realize that that had another output over there. Yoink. They just make it so easy. This Aquilo place is really chill. Okay, we obviously want the best quality modules we can get in here. I assume we only have quality 2s on here, though. So I'm gonna call for a bunch of quality 2s. Okay, it's missing quality 2s. What quality modules? Do we have quality 2 uncommons? I think that's what it is, actually. Whoops. So I want on railgun. Quality 2. I wish I could just call for like best quality 2 possible. Okay, it seems like they're not complaining about that one. Okay, it looks good. You go quiet? Oh, my cat muted the stream. Oh, I wish I had a cat. I'm gonna be taking care of a cat pretty soon, which is exciting. Wait, I'm really... Oh, I was like, why are these outputs? I see. These are just like things that were in there before. Alright, so we're making a rail gun, I guess, for me. And now we're going to make railgun cannons instead. That one was just like for the fans, if anything. I didn't actually mean to make myself one. I guess I kind of wanted one. What am I going to use it on, though? Okay, so now we're going to deliver this. Oh, it's so cool looking, though. I guess I could just walk around novice with it and see if I can take out a biter nest or two. You know, it's the moral victory. Sometimes you just need to have a railgun. Sometimes you're the rail gunner and sometimes you're the rail gun, you know? That's just how life goes. Did I tell the inductor to do anything? It's probably waiting for me. Because it was doing the science thingy. I don't think there's any science available right now. I really need to figure that out better. Maybe I'll just switch over to normal science so I could have some automation on it. I think that's what I'm going to do. The ice is backed up again, which is surprising. Oh my god, why are we filling up on... What? Oh no. Everything is frozen. Why is everything frozen? Why is everything frozen? Oh, because you removed like 2 heat pipes that were load-bearing heat pipes. You didn't realize? Yikes. Thought you would have figured that out. Oof. My bad. I didn't know those were load-bearing heat pipes. At least not everything was frozen, and only some stuff was frozen. Although we still do produce... Look at how much ammonia we produce. What are we going to do with all that stuff? Is there like ammonia dumping or something? I didn't know it'd be so abundant. I thought it was just going to always be like running out of it. I guess I can make more rocket fuel. Ice platform takes a good chunk, I guess. I just make so much ammonia. Okay, so we're making railguns. It's apparently a tremendous amount of quantum processors per ship railgun. Railgun turret. Oh, that's cool looking. Effective against enemies and asteroids. Put that down as single spitter walks up. It's 100 quantum processors per each one of them too. Yikes. I was thinking about using 4, to be honest with you. That was my initial plan, was running 4 of them. I had like a rough idea of what I wanted to do. I was like, I see something legendary. It's my cryogenic science pack, my emotional support cryogenic science pack. I forgot I had that, to be honest with you. Is there any benefit to quality on this? It looks like a firm nope. What are we missing? Just a few steel plates. We will grab a few steel plates. Cool. We're going to eventually need to start the ship, and I think the earlier we start it, the better, because it takes a long time to construct traditionally. So we can send stuff off as time goes on. Looks like we're crafting our first railgun turret. Oh, hiss. I'm gonna do it like this, so it stops feeding when there's 10 railgun or 4 railgun turrets in there. Okay, nope. I need you to be less than 4, and then once it becomes 4, you'll turn off, because you transport the quantum processors so extremely slowly. I really should just put them on a belt, but I'm not rushing the speed on this one because there's plenty of stuff to do. We do have LDS productivity 4, which is going to be a nice boon to get. I don't know if I have the science for rocket part productivity, but maybe I'll bump that one up because we're going to be doing a bunch of rocket related things right now. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of blue science in here. I don't see why it wouldn't work. All right, so let's look over at Aquilo again. I don't know why we're looking at Aquilo, but we're looking at it. Did Gleba successfully get its modules yet? Looks like no. Why not? I don't know. Because I never put in a request for it. I figured it out. That's no big deal. Honestly, it's probably better that way because I was going to put a request on Fulgora to dump some. I don't think it's necessary. If I could just manually do it when I see them go over that way, if they have a few extra, I could just drop them wherever they happen to be if I need them. It's a good idea. Everywhere we're starting to make their special modules as well. How many are we doing on here? We're getting a good chunk. So I'm gonna have the Starfarer pick up 50 of the speed ones every time and just drop them onto Novice. That way Novice can be the distribution point, just because most ships come here eventually. We will have to bring some over to the Artemis and other ships, but for the time being, I think it's fine. Okay, those are still running. They look like they weren't running for a second, so we'll do a request here just for the speed and efficiency modules. I guess the quality ones as well. I'll make Apollo request some efficiency modules. Right, there's like none there right now. I forgot that kind of like broke. Did I ever put that back together? I think I disconnected it because it like the whole base was dying. I turned this off, was it? Okay, no, we're still gunked. Why are we gunked? What happened? We have no copper. Why do we have no copper? Because the copper hasn't turned on in a while. Okay, everything is like ultra gunked down here. What went wrong? Maybe I just need to go to Gleba or work on Gleba for a bit. Gleba was never really in good shape though either, admittedly. So that's my own fault. I definitely need to do some work on Gleba. How are we going to fix Gleba? It looks like we're still a little minus on our plants. We can definitely expand out at least a little bit, which should help. We can make the fancy schmancy stuff, but we have to shoot over biter eggs, I think is the rule for them. Where are they? There they are. Yeah, so it looks like all you need to do is shoot over some biter eggs, which should be really easy. So I'm going to have the Apollo make a request for biter eggs. I'm going to actually do it manually, I think. I'm going to just pay attention to the Apollo for a little bit. Although I am kind of curious about what happens if biter eggs spoil in space. Can biters survive in space? Is it immoral to try and test that? Certainly. Is that going to stop me? Probably. Okay, I knew I had the wrong import for this. I was like, I got a funny feeling. It's really hard for me because like I can look at a recipe chain and I can go, okay, this makes this many per second, this makes this many, this takes this many, blah, 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 and like make a chain like that. My issue begins to spawn in when it's Gleba because it's so hard to see like how many of these are going to produce over time. And these don't take any modules or anything, so it's just like you kind of gotta hope and pray that you produce enough plants per hour. I think that's the most important upgrade because clearly this is like too gunked to be able to keep up with that. Maybe productivity modules would be a good idea. Bit more green soil north if you also need it. It's a good point. A little purple to the west as well. I think green's probably the biggest concern though, like you were saying. I'm hopeful, because like this is what, 5, 10, 20, 25, 27 more nodes on this one. 5, 10, 12 more on this one. For something that's what? A 36 node thing. Like that's like having a whole extra one of these two combined. This isn't 36 nodes, this is 49. But it's still like a pretty significant change. It's also not perfect. Maybe I do just expand out to there. That might just be easier, to be honest. Maybe I'll do that. My one concern is that we're going to make our spores go out even farther past our range. Not that I think it'll be that big of an issue because of our defenses, but it could become an issue. I'm going to upgrade an artillery range one next, I think. Oh, good. Looks like we'll be able to finish up the rocket part productivity, or at least we're getting fairly close to it. How's the science looking on the belt? You know, could be more, but there's still some. Let me think. Let me think. There's so many opportunities to dig in. They're gonna have to use the fancy soil up here, though. So I guess I should just send biter eggs over regardless of it. So I'm going to have you make a request for biter eggs. I guess I'll just manually send up some biter eggs, actually. Let me stand here and become the biter eggs that we need, but not perhaps the biter eggs that we deserve. How many biter eggs do I need per soil? It's funny, it says 2.5 biter eggs raw. Not what I was looking at. So it's 10 for, whoops, I'm way too far up. How much soil does it make? I feel like I'm losing my mind. It just makes one? I guess it just makes one. That seems crazy. That takes a tremendous amount of jelly nut soil then. I guess it makes sense. It's a little bit more prohibitive. Means we need to send over a mighty amount of biter eggs though. I guess I'll start with 100. I'm guessing what? Rocket capacity is 14? Oh no, of that. Okay. I was like, what do you mean rocket capacity is 14 of biter eggs? It's like, there's no way. 500? Heck it, we'll send 500 biter eggs over. What could be the worst that happened? This, but kind of unironically. Get belt immunity equipment, they said. No, I refuse. I like it when the belt pushes me. Dag nabbit. I keep trying to land like on the side of the belt. Is that good? Yeah, it is. Perfect. Let's make sure that the Apollo doesn't leave without us, though, because it will be a little bit inconvenient. Novice is being attacked. Surprise, surprise. Definitely step one's going to be getting our Yumako in good shape, because if the Yumako's in good shape, we can actually assess the problem and not just kind of guess at it. This makes so little, though. Can you put modules in these? No, it makes sense you can't, but it would be interesting to be able to put modules in a captive biter spawner. This is taking kind of forever, but we'll just be patient. Be a good noodle. Yeah, so in the over the weekend, I started playing a fresh Factorio save, specifically because I was looking through achievements I didn't have, and I was like, maybe I'll try to bang out a few of those for fun. It could be a nice experience. And I opted to go for blowing up no nests until you get an artillery, not using basically anything that any request chests or anything until, I think, until you go to space. What were the other two? Oh, handcrafting like a minimal amount of stuff, which I'm already like at the limit from just the start, so I can't handcraft anymore. There was one other one. I don't remember what it was though. Either way, I decided to go for some achievements, and it turns out the most annoying one is the one that necessitates you to not kill any nests. It's not the end of the world, but I started like clearing out everything but the nest itself, and then putting down turrets and then feeding them ammo on belts like in the nests, basically to keep them alive, with them filtered to fighting normal enemies and not the nest. So it constantly hemorrhages like a little bit of iron, basically like every second. It just takes iron to kill the enemies that are spawning. But I can't kill the nests, and I figured it was better to keep them controlled like that rather than to like set up a wall. And it works well. It means that there's no like big influx of enemies randomly. But at the same time, it's like costing me so much iron, I already can't afford a bunch. So I don't know what I want to do. It's been a fun little excursion though. I'm so sad that the base is just throwing spoilage at me out of spite. Like I get it, but I'm still upset. Alright, we almost have enough eggs. Cool. The Apollo's still here, thank goodness. I was gonna say, like, I don't think it'll leave because I think it's not dropping any Gleba science because we're full on Gleba. I was gonna set a completely different weight condition or just like pause its thrust, which would have been objectively like the best idea. But here we are. Deliver cargo to the Apollo. I'll turn it back on automatic. Put these bad boys back on the belt. The Apollo, we will remove your weight condition. We'll drop down your agricultural science packs. How is it that you're reading that you have cargo? I literally dropped all of your science. How are you reading that you have cargo? Is there agricultural science on a belt somewhere? Oh, there it is. What the heck? How did that get there? I didn't even see it. I was like looking around desperately for it. It was just sitting in a different spot. It's just sitting there normal. It really is just sitting there menacingly right in front of me, disrespecting me. Unbelievable. The audacity. Ooh, you know what? As a prank, let's not go to Fulgora. I know they want their carbon fiber, but heck 'em. How about that? Heck 'em. Just hypothetically, like imagine for a moment, the Apollo, that you have 500 nuclear bombs on you right now, and they could just go off whenever. Let's not let that happen. Fulgora needs bite eggs. Look, Fulgora has no enemy threat, except for obviously the lightning worm? Lightning snake. I think it was snake. My brain said worm with like a Y though, so like the fantasy worm rather than like worm for the record. Okay, so let's start with this. I know we have some of these lying around now. Where do we want to put this is the question. And we need seeds, I know, which is one of the stranger things. That's the Yumako seeds over there. You also need Yummy, which you don't really have access to over here though. There's almost like a perfect spot to grab them, but not quite a perfect spot. Oh, there's a perfect spot. Never mind. Perfect. So we'll change this recipe over to Yumako. You don't make it in this. You don't need Yummy. Okay. Kind of weird that you don't need Yummy, but I'm trying not to be too judgmental about it. I think we're out of assembling machines. Is that a problem that reared its ugly head? It's not. Fantastic. All right, so we are making the overgrowth soil, but we're going to start with the artificial soil. We do need Yummy for this. Okay. We picked the wrong soil. We've soiled it, as they say. Nutrients, Yumako seed, landfill. Our landfill exists, but I'm going to have to use a requester to get it up here efficiently, I think. So my memory, we're making landfill like a million miles away. Maybe it won't be so bad. I'm gonna do a request there. There's no way it's going to... I guess there's Yumako seeds in a chest somewhere? I mean, that's fine. You could just grab those. What a perfect spot to make seeds. I'm really glad that this is here. I don't think it was an intentional design decision on my part, but I'm really glad that it's the way it is regardless, because it just fits like perfectly for seeds. I know I'm making walls up here, but where's the landfill? Is it really far down like I think it is? There it is. Where dreams go to die, the landfill maker. Okay, we do need some power. Perfect. Not perfect. Apparently it was like there's one seed in a box, that'll be enough, right? Okay, cool. So we're getting artificial Yumako soil in general. Now we're getting it passively, which is nice as well. The question is how much artificial soil can go down here? Alright, fine. I'm not going to try to copy paste it. Okay, queuing it does work. Okay, not queuing that. Okay, so we can't do much of this because this requires... Or is that already out of the green area? Oh, gosh, I'm so bad with the map. Okay, no, the green area dies there, so it physically can't do anything. Okay, okay. Assuming that that's how that works. My assumption is that I can use, like, this part of the green area where it's all marshy for it. Which that is not. That's just normal water, so I think that's just where that is done. Alright, maybe we will expand up there. Gleba, 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 gleba. I need some vision, so help me out, please. Yeah, I didn't realize that wasn't green. It makes sense for the overgrowth. So this place is like really nice for overgrowth, but really tough to use at the interim because there's only a few spots, but it's a nice big open area otherwise. So cool. We will try to set up for that. We are going to grab some roboports and we will expand upwards. I think we have some cliff explosives here, so I'm going to just call for this one. Leba's music goes so crazy. I really like it. So the question becomes, do I want this area to be like Gleba, or not Gleba exclusive? Do I want to move my Jelly Nut over, basically? Or not Jelly Nut, my Yumako. Hi, Arrive, welcome. Nice to see you. Glad to have you here. Hope you're keeping it real. I don't know, I tried to say something cool there. I know it was different. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gone for it. It was weird. I could see some merit into moving our whole operation there rather than adding a bunch more. But at the same time, maybe it's fine to just do the one. I'm willing to bet we don't have many of these seed planters around. And like ready to go. So the orange, my assumption is that the orange is a no-go altogether. The lighter color, like the green means it's already good to go. The orange means it can't be done, and the green means it can be done, is my assumption. So I'm going to operate based on that understanding. And hopefully we'll find a few like really optimal patches that don't overlap each other. Even better if they could be on the same grid, but that's kind of tough to tell, unfortunately. Actually, it's not that bad. Okay, it's right to the left of this tree. I'm going to place something there. Heck, that's not exactly where I wanted it to be. It's kind of where I wanted it to be, though. Okay, so that shows the bottom part of the square. So I can see that this is a square. That's good enough for me. Perfect. This is probably good here. It's another perfect square, it looks like. I want to keep the roboports a little bit out of the area of the square, but still, like, obviously connected. Like, could just not connect them too, but that just feels like spiteful. Feels like there could be more to it, you know? Okay, so that looks pretty okay. I also want to expand out our defenses around it. I guess adjust our defenses to go around it. I don't know if the walls matter, but the walls make me feel safer. So I can't believe I showed my roommate. She was like, what's the point of the walls? Don't they just go over the walls? And I was like, not the small ones. She was right, though. They do go over the walls, probably. I mean, I haven't seen one get close enough yet, and I'm hoping to keep ourselves as unattacked as possible, but the walls still make me feel safe. This has kind of been a long time coming, to be honest with you. I'm surprised that this wasn't something we did earlier. It just feels like Gleba was okay for a while, but any increased demand at all really put too much on it. Definitely all stems at, like, you know, getting another mine. Effectively, not literally another mine in this case, but like it's the Gleba equivalent of a mine. Do I want to clip through it? Yeah, I don't think, no, I don't think I'm gonna use that corner. We can always do it later if I change my mind. But I'll cut through this part of it. I was gonna leave the entire patch, but like this corner here is gonna gather so little that I probably don't need it for the moment, at least. I'll grab the rest of the patch though. Gives me a little bit of control. Just kind of using them to scout out the area. Again, my big concern is that our spores are going to go outwards this way, and our artillery is like a nice big circle, but I don't think it's a nice big enough circle. I'm pretty sure our stuff's going to reach out. This being said, it's not super difficult to just change up our artillery design and give a few over there. So that's what I'm going to do is move. Let me move that over one. And we'll just grab a couple of artilleries and put them over there. But we're not going to do it until we get our like defensive line up there either. The Gleba bots are going to be very busy. I could have sworn our ammo went around clockwise, not counterclockwise. That's a big surprise to me. Oops. I'm hoping that we have everything for supplies here. I think we do. I think it's just going to be a bit of a slow process. I keep pushing M to try to see the map, even though I'm already in map view. It's so rough. Nobody knows how tough it is to be me. Least dramatic thing I've ever said. That's probably enough coverage there. Is counterclockwise ammo belt even legal? I sure hope it is, because if not, you two are now accomplices, and I hope that you're ready to go to bat for me, because I will be needing all the help I can get. Historically, I don't have a lot of luck when it comes to lawsuits. I don't know what that means. I've never like been involved in a lawsuit. I'm sorry. I just keep creating fake Miko lore for fun. Okay, so I'm going to turn this way. We're not using rockets like literally at all right now, so this is not like a big issue or anything, but I gotta start scaling us up. I do need power poles, but I just want to start getting basically the belt itself set up, I think, first. I don't want to commit to too much of an excess of roboports here. It's not like the end of the world to do, but I really don't feel like we need that many of them. Horizontal. That is the button we are looking for. I started having doubts about how far this was from the wall. I'm like, it's definitely 3 off, but then I stopped believing, which was rough. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Gotta fix the belts so that they go the right way. An underground there is actually totally fine. An underground there is wasteful, though. And we'll just copy this side of the belt and change its direction and call it good enough. Well, placing it like this is a little bit tough, though. That'll work. Cool. Assuming we have enough, whatever the heck they're called, cliff explosives, which I'm guessing we do because it has complained about one cliff explosive, but not all of them. Okay, no, it does have cliff explosions. I was like, I'm pretty sure we had some on here. I might just drag power across here and call it good. Not really sweating it too much. I just really don't want this to get blown up when I'm not paying attention. Maybe I should put railguns on Gleba, like unironically though. Like it kind of felt like I was like, haha, unless, but now I'm kind of thinking about it. We also need to get a railgun onto whatever that gets called. Volcanus. I totally forgot the name of Volcanus. That's so embarrassing. Ammo belt's also facing the wrong way, but that's easy enough to fix. I probably should have waited until they placed it all. How did this happen? Okay, so boom. New ammo belt. It exists. I can dismantle the old one basically whenever. I don't think we're going to be attacked, and even if we are, we're in a position where we can absolutely defend it under most circumstances. Imagine it's just like 7 huge pentapod stompers, and then I get humbled because my 3 Spidertrons is not nearly enough to probably deal with that. Maybe. I don't know if it would be. But once that's constructed, I'm going to take some of those artilleries and move them upwards here. And it'll probably piss off a few things, so we're going to have to deal with it. But our little onion rings are popping up on the map, which is nice. Surprised that this didn't get made already. The foundation it's calling for should not actually be foundation. I'm guessing it's just taking a long time to bring stuff over. Onion rings, Gleba truly is the homo yummy. It's true. You know, I didn't like onion rings when I was younger. I've kind of like... I guess because like I never really tried them. That was my thing when I was a kid. I was just like, if I've never tried this before, I don't like it. And I will not try it. I don't think that's super atypical for kids to be like, but it was certainly my MO. Oh my god, I forgot. Wait. We're not going to have a biter explosion, I remember. We almost did, though. We were getting kind of close. I forgot about the whole plan. Wow, that's classic. That would have been really bad. I don't actually know how that would have went, to be honest with you. It would have probably dealt with itself whenever they pushed into here, but that would have blown up like all of our steam turbines, which would have been really funny. Really, really funny. So I want overgrowth Yumako soil. It needs water. We do have water available over here, so we may as well plug it in over here because it'll be simpler. Right next to our power supply, so if something goes wrong, you know, we can make sure it goes really wrong. Okay, so biter eggs, spoilage, Yumako seed, and then artificial Yumako soil should all be relatively obtainable in our current situation. I guess I'll put productivity modules into this. Did I ever shoot down those productivity modules? Sure did. Yumako seeds aren't in a box though, so that's something we need to box really quick. You have seeds in the chest? I don't. Good call. Great minds and all that. They are very patiently waiting for the people with the landfill to come over. As long as the base doesn't fully shut off, I'm not going to feel too bad about this. Okay, we got 2 of the modules, which I guess is better than none. Do you really only produce 1? That's crazy. In this economy, too. Wait, how the heck are we going to make 50 of those in this time? How many do we make per minute? Okay, 0.06 per second. So 10 per minute. Let me run the numbers. Yeah, we should be fine. We need to make 50 of them. Why are these so expensive? Messed up. I really should have set these up way earlier, though. Having the, I mean, we don't use artificial soil that much. What's going on here? Why is our yummy not so yummy? I really hate it, because, like, maybe I need to go back to the double drop-off line. The stack inserters are just too hard for us to sustain. Because, I mean, at least with this, well, they decay so quickly that it's rough. It's probably would have been smarter for me to, like, make these on site, you know? Like, have a bioflux to nutrients maker right here and have one right here that just, like, eats bioflux when necessary for the machine rather than having a central one. When I designed it, my whole thought process was like, oh, this makes a lot of sense to have it just be, like, a single, like, unit like that. Just made sense to me. But now it's making, I mean, it still makes sense to me. I'm concerned about these exploding biters. I mean, it's not that bad. Where did I put them? They're over here. Still 7 minutes, but we'll have to keep an eye on them. It is right next to the incinerator, if nothing else, so if the bots have to move them really quickly, they can. Looks like the ammo is slowly getting improved up here. Slowly but surely. In the meantime, we shouldn't dilly-dally, and we should instead have another crafter around, and we should make another one of these thingummy ones. I have to imagine all of these are in a box somewhere, except for those electronic circuits, maybe, if we're still cunked on stuff. At which point, that sucks, but it might just be the case. Oh no, we've started producing at least some of them. Where are they all going? Oh, they're making green hands and stuff. Surely you're not running again, you're not. Heck. We ran into the awkward issue where we're gonna run out of rockets to launch soon. I could start syncing productivity modules all the way down in here. I think I'm gonna do that. The furnaces would also be a solid idea. But we have limited amounts right now. This is basically all of them. Gleba is so, like, weird. I feel like every time I work on it, everything feels so time sensitive. Because it kind of is. When you're working with stuff like this, it is at least. We are projected to finish, assuming that we can keep up with the requisite Yumako soil, which I don't know if we can. I don't remember how much we had. Oh yeah, we should be good on that. Looks like the yummy's fixed with that double inserter fun time. Or the nutrients coming down. However, this Yumako is still such a big issue. Okay, so were we able to make this? We are able to make this, just barely, so let's grab a red chest and put it down there. We'll just have 10 of them available to us. Crazy how abundant Jelly Nut seems to be compared to Yumako. Something we have to be careful about is we're like using up all of our Yumako seeds. It'll be fine for now because we're going to stop having a demand for them, but we don't want to go too crazy. Oh my god, look how slow this is now. It's running at like 10 FPS. I love it. Heckin' worth it though. I don't care if it's slower. The important thing is we actually need it. Okay. So you're like basically done up here? Well done, robots. Very well done. Looks like ammo's coming through. Did I dismantle this part of the belt? I already did. Fantastic. It's plugged back in, which means we're going to get things coming down here. It looks like we have coverage basically everywhere. There's a few like light spots like here, but I'm not going to sweat it. Regardless, we have a little bit more protection. So let me start designing how this is going to plug back in to this system here. Looks like it's pretty simple. A few undergrounds will make it a great deal easier, so I'm going to go for that. Actually, I don't want underground there. That's the wrong belt type. I should have just canceled that command. Hopefully they do it quickly. Me permanently causing my base to suffer. No. There we go. Okay. So my thought process is I can use this as an out to go to the new area, and then this as an in. Should be simple enough to set up. We'll take some more landfill, but thankfully the base wasn't doing much for a while, so may as well put it to work. They really don't want me to build on Blue Marsh, let me tell you. I don't know how many more cliff explosives we have available to us, so I want to be a little bit cautious with it, but I think I'm going to just rip right through for sake of efficiency for the moment. Okay, so we have them successfully placed and made up here. I forgot we need power for them as well, so we'll need to do that. Ideally, we'll take as little space as possible for things like power. Obviously, not everything is always ideal, but it's still like the ideal to aim for. I think that's good. That is good. So we'll output to the left and to the right respectively, and then we'll have them come down here. I'm going to, can I copy paste this design here? Yeah, actually, that's kind of like perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. If it's not perfectly, because I'm attaching it to a RoboPort, because I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, there we go. That's the design I wanted. These don't need to be undergrounds, however. So this is going to be the out. That's the in. This should be like a huge boon, especially if I'm leaving all four running. It should be pretty crazy. I forgot about the that. Okay, so the good news is It's fine. Bad news, we didn't get through all the eggs. Good news, we got through most of the eggs. We got through some of the eggs? Where are my roboports? Here they are. I'm surprised there was only 3 of them. I expected there to be 31. I saw that red and I just knew in my heart that it was the right time. Thankfully the bots were able to keep these repaired, so there's no downside. A couple of big boys is a perfect way to put it. Some big lads hanging around. Okay, so I will just copy this. Should be able to flip it. Nope. That's cool. I mean, it's fine, but I need to do it like this instead. Cool, 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 cool. So my plan is just to bring these together and then bring them into this line here. Do I want to go across the water? Sure. Not really. Kind of, though. In a weird way, yes, but no. It's not necessary, and it doesn't really center it between them. I think that this is going to be nicer. Okay, so I really don't know how many more. I got a funny feeling if I keep going through the cliffs, I'm going to run out of cliff explosives. Maybe it won't be the case, but I have a funny feeling it's going to be like at the finish line. So if I can avoid cliff explosives at this point, I'm going to try to do so. Bring this out here. Should be out of the range still. Nope, in the range, so we want to keep that out. That's another thing I got to be careful of. Cool, that's out of the range. Looks like that's about the limit there. Just to maximize the ground, really. That's so unfortunate. I was hoping to get more. It's really expensive to get that fancy, so I guess it makes sense why, because you're like, it's really powerful. Like, don't get me wrong, it has like some true strength to it. Okay, so I'm going to do here, fine? Yeah, here's probably fine. We'll do 2 splitters. This is the input splitter. Heck. Thank goodness we have like a crazy amount of blue belts sitting around here. I'm actually surprised we have so many because I have done a pretty crazy demand for them so far. Okay, and this is going to be, whoops, the output, which I'll have go into here. Then we'll do a little of this action down here. Okay, so this is going to initially just kind of have garbage coming through it. So I want to deal with that. How am I going to deal with that is the question. Do I have a heating tower sitting around? If I have a heating tower sitting around, I'm just going to temporarily slap one down like here, I guess. No, we don't have one sitting around. The spoilage will go to die here, but not wood. I guess I'll just wait for it to get to the end of the belt and then I'll deconstruct it. Because they will just pick up like all the garbage around them when they have power. You don't have power. No, this is like slightly off. Are you kidding me? Brutal. Hate to learn it. I mean, it's nice to learn it before something happens, I guess. Yeah, because this is going to pick up all the garbage around there. And then we have to start placing the stuff. But we do have to face the fact that we're certainly going to have to make more of this this fancy schmancy soil. So we should start focusing on that now. The Apollo is already singing here. I'm going to put in a request for spider eggs. We'll make it 100 of them. And a custom minimum payload of 100 of them. I don't really know how I'm going to deal with that, though. Like, how can I safely store biter eggs in a chest? I guess if I limit them to 100, it's not the end of the world. I feel like I just watched them pick up some and put them somewhere. Probably not. It was probably... No, you certainly did. Okay, nope. See, I see what you're doing here, and I think that you have gusto, but that's just going to cause headache later on, so let's not do that. Alright, back on Gleba. We have our defenses set up, so I'm going to move those artilleries out now while we're waiting for stuff to happen. I think we have 2 available to us. It might be 3. The inserter that never was. Okay, so we'll copy that really quick and then move that over here. Cool. We'll just request like 5 artillery shells. This being said, we should grab our Spidertrons because if these shoot, we will potentially need them to help out depending on what they shoot. It looks like we finally run out of our belts that we were hoping for as well. Not too surprising. This has just never been able to output red circuits, which is kind of a fun thought. I should really just drop... I mean, I might need to go drop another influx of stuff. Hopefully this fixes our circuit problem, though. Looks like we got some more productivity, and we're getting artillery range. That's actually really scary. This is like, on Gleba especially. Maybe I should just be on Gleba right now. I mean, it's not bad to fix as long as I'm quick with the Spidertrons, I guess. I'm sorry, my head's bouncing between a million places right now. Okay, so you're starting to gather Yumako, which is cool beans, but you're not doing anything with them, they're just rotting. Where is the belt maker? Do we have a belt maker, or was that just carried by like belts we had? I'm thinking it's probably the fact that we just brought a bunch of belts initially and there's no belt maker. Not that we'd have iron to do it anyways. Okay, let's... Is the inductor just waiting for passenger present? It is. It's got a crap load of processing units, which we need anyways. I'm going to make a request for, I guess, 400 blue belts. We're just going to have you swing by Gleba. The inductor has really been such like a crazy a boon for us. Cool, so we'll take those up and then we will go bring them over to Gleba. How's the Artemis doing? How's the Kilo doing? We haven't checked on you in a while. We have our 4 railguns already. Perfect. Couldn't ask for anything more. We might want more than 4. We might want to roll for higher quality ones as well. A little unfortunate, since we had an okay chance of getting a quality one. Not the end of the world or anything. How's the science looking? We can send up a few of them, probably. Right, so I wanted to change the Artemis now. I'm going to go to normal quality science after this one. And I'm going to just make it so that it has a request for 1K cryogenic science. And then I'm going to change it over so that the silo does automatic requests as well. That way I can have the Artemis just start delivering science on its own naturally, at least for now. We'll ask for greater than or equal to 1,000. And then it'll be allowed to go when it fulfills all those conditions. Granted, it'll still go back to Fulgora and check for a bunch of things. But this way we'll have science like automated, quote unquote, now that we need it less like urgently, so to say. Uh-oh. Alright, so we definitely made something Angie, without a shadow of a doubt. Thankfully, whatever it is we made Angie, we immediately dealt with. Unfortunately, that doesn't have power, so we'll need to fix that as well. Thankfully, it's not a particularly difficult fix. The inductor has all of its belts, so we're going to just add a station. We're going to do Gleba, and we'll make the condition passenger present, and we're just going to send it over to Gleba, and then have it immediately drop off all these cliff explosives and stuff. Just so I know we're not going to run out of them. Right, so I want to change Fulgora so that it now has the request for the cryogenic science, which it does have 1,000 of it. Okay, perfect. So that's what cryogenic science is now. I also want to change you so that you have a specific request as well for, I guess I could just add the cryogenic science request since that's a thing now. So convenient. I should have done this way earlier. But we're going to change, oh no, let's change this all together actually, because that's going to change where it imports from. We specifically want you to import 1,000 of them from Fulgora. Okay, so let's shoot down these processing units. The inductor is kind of low on fuel, so I'll let it fill up a little bit and then we'll send it away. Artemis looks like it's doing great, so we'll just let it do its thing for now. It will like automatically bring science now, which is a nice boon. Granted, we'll be burning through resources more here, but that's okay. I should have had it pick up the railgun turrets too. Let me do that next time. We'll make a request for railgun turrets. 4 of them, custom minimum payload. Okay, no, they bring up one at a time. Great. So Gleba got attacked once. What did we end up killing? 2 medium stompers, 2 small stompers, 1 medium. Honest to goodness, it sounds like we did pretty good. All things considered. We lost a rocket turret? I didn't even realize. How bad was that? Alright, the Animus always runs out of ammo. I wish I knew where the rocket turret was that went down. I didn't actually see the warning for it. Is my sound for that on? I turned off the alert sound effect. It probably played, I just didn't notice of it. Wonder what rocket turret broke. It must have been one up here, I have to imagine. Either way, I'm glad to see that our defense is still held either way. That got 34 kills too. Heck of a shot. God, seeing the Artemis flash no ammo really stresses me out. The Apollo is going back to Gleba because it's good on resources. That's fine. What was I going to have the inductor do? Right, it was going to drop off all of its stuff. Its resources look fine. I don't know where I have to send it right now, so I'll send it to Fulgora, I guess, looking for the cryogenic science packs. The Artemis should be arriving. It has successfully arrived, so we're good on that one. Looking at Gleba, we successfully pushed out our walls a little bit. We dropped off the belts, so it looks like things are now beginning to traverse. However, now I'm going to do what I like to call a pro gamer move, and that is just to erase this section of belt. However, this one doesn't look like it's gathered anything. Nope, looks like it has already. Perfect. Did the Apollo pick up any... Okay, it did. Okay, so Gleba's gonna just have a request for biter eggs. 100 of them. So it'll have them come down every time they come down. They go into the biter egg thing here. I don't think that this... Does this go evenly in? I don't think it does. I feel like because it's requesting 37, there's no way it does. No, it does need 10. Okay. So you request 100 of them. They get pulled into here. Boom. We output our overgrowth Yumako soil. Now, there is the fear that the stuff in here will eventually spoil. I don't really have a great solution for that yet, but it's probably fine. Worst case scenario, what, 100 big biters come out here? How bad could that be? Other than, like, game rending. Maybe I should add more turrets. There's got to be a more eloquent way to do it. I mean, it should just be fine, because assuming that it keeps going over and over again, there should be no chance for these eggs to spoil past like 15 minutes or whatever. So it should just be fine. I think I'm being a little bit dramatic. I think I'm going to stop, or temporarily stop requesting agricultural science. No, it should be fine. We're going to improve everything. Okay, so it looks like all of the gunk that was on the belt is now degunked. So I'm going to plug this back in, and now we're going to start trying to expand out the area. If we can put normal Yumako soil, obviously that's the dream. Wherever it may be possible. It might need the fancier schmancier stuff, but hopefully, for the most part, we won't need the fancier schmancier stuff. Again, I am suffering for my lack of skill in having a keyboard that lacks a numpad. Simply a difference in skill for certain. Okay, we can fit one more up there. Boom! This actually came up like a lot more eloquently than I had anticipated it was going to. Let's do the same thing up here. Looks like this one's going to need a lot more love. If I'm seeing it right. How far does that go to there? Perfect. Should be like that then. One more even. Cool. So we'll take that and then we'll just copy that bad boy over. Hopefully with how I'm inputting the command, it looks like it's not taking the overgrowth, but I want to see, my issue is the overgrowth looks like it'll go over like anything. I really don't want to waste it on normal soil. That's my big fear, is that I put overgrowth on something that doesn't need overgrowth. Just because it's like in real short supply. However, we certainly have quite the boon in our improvement in Yumako. So hopefully that helps our Yumako match, which helps everything down the line. It should at least be like somewhat better. How much better? That's just to be seen. Overgrowth trick you later is paste it all overgrowth, then paste artificial on top of it, which will replace it anywhere it can. Good call. I'll try to do that then. Okay, so overgrowth. I want to say it's primarily on this side, so I'm going to just do this side as a request to start, and then I'll take this soil. And if it can go over it, it should. It looks like it works like a dream, like you said. I appreciate that. Very clever solution. They're just sending it at this point. Okay, cool. So overgrowth soil goes down. This should be a really big improvement, but again, our spores are also going to be notably changed with it. Definitely want to keep an eye on Gleba while this research ends in like 10 minutes. Because our artillery range is already pissed off some things. Oh, it reaches rather big. No wonder we had so many things happen. Although that's a testament to how good our rocket turrets are. They clearly were like plenty to be able to deal with them. I need to get better quality modules onto Volcanus. No big deal, but something worth thinking about regardless. Does Novice have a request for cryogenic science? It does. It has the normal request now. Yeah, you don't have any. Also, there's... Why? What? You're a stack inserter, so you're not working anymore. But I'm confused. Oh, no. It's because the inductor hasn't brought it over yet. Not enough to fill one rocket. The Artemis leave with less than 1,000? I have to keep an eye on the Artemis. Something funky's happening. There's definitely 1,000 there. Oh, it's because it's a requester chest? Okay, that's what it is. It can't pull it out of a requester chest. Something funky was happening. I just couldn't figure out what it was. Now they'll go crazy and be like, oh yeah, hey, look, science, it does exist. So this is a stack inserter, which in theory is pretty pogged, but in practice it's not as pogged as it could be. Just because the purple science was so weird. I can switch it back after it gets all the different rarity sciences, but it just couldn't place enough. So I'll fix that in a second. Okay, so I just want to verify that Gleba successfully used up all of those eggs. It did in fact use up all of those eggs, unless there's some in the machine. There's some in the machine, but it's using them, which is the important thing. I think 100's a fair spot, honestly. I am a little concerned at the speed that it takes to go around and pick up the eggs, though. Nah, it got plenty of time. Oh, it must have done a trip already, that's why. The Apollo does go novice to Fulgora. What did we need carbon fiber for? Can I cut that out? I don't think I can. I think I still need to bring it from time to time. Superconductors. Honestly, it's not the most necessary, but if I'm going to use that foundation and stuff, it's probably a good idea. Okay, so... Gleba, you have expanded outwards. You're missing the overgrowth, but that's okay because, you know, we'll make the overgrowth. Looks like there might be some extra. No, there's no extra up there. No, there is extra up there. Cool, so we can cut out 3 of those. We're making overgrowth slowly but surely, but this is like a tremendous improvement of our Yumako. Probably should plug it in so that it can actually like do something eventually. Maybe not. Maybe I'll just leave it there and just kind of think about how great it would be if it was actually functioning and you know, stop complaining about it and just let it do its thing, you know? Maybe it doesn't have to do anything. All right, there we go. Now, something worth noting is we're really not getting a ton of value out of both sides of the belt here, are we? So let us do something about that. My head says that this works. No, this won't work. This will work. This will work. May as well saturate both sides of the belt. Surely there's no downside to it. Yeah, okay. That's a good idea. I mean, our spores will go up. So it goes. I'm honestly tempted to just turn off the Fulgora trips for now. I think I'm gonna do it. It literally floats above it and then goes... Yeah, wouldn't it be cool if I like dropped off some carbon fiber and then Fulgora's like, I have so much carbon fiber. I'm gonna turn it off temporarily. How is a kilo doing on carbon fiber? Nothing else, there's enough to request in there. Oh yeah, Kilo's like got so much carbon fiber. I'm gonna just chill for a little bit. Maybe we'll need more at some point. Holy cow, we've used up all of our quantum processors. Have we run out of lithium plates? So yes, but also no. We do craft them rather slowly, I will certainly admit that. I wanted to get productivity out of all the holmium. Perhaps it's time to improve our cryogenic plants. Just with some beacons, maybe? I believe we have enough beacons to do that. Getting fancy schmancy modules over here would be a nice boon. Alright, from 0.14 per second up to 0.81 per second, which is just an incredible improvement from that beacon. And that's just one beacon. We could always throw down another one too, right? Nope. I mean, we probably can, but at least not right there. Right here would be fine if we could fit it in here somehow. Either way, that's almost 4 times the speed it was going before. This one's apparently being double beaconed, or... No, just because it has better productivity modules, it scales better. That makes sense. No, it's totally got to be getting double beaconed. Where's the other beacon? Oh, no, it's because it's an uncommon crafter. Okay. Either way, that should be a big boon. Look at now, suddenly we're backed up. Not backed up, but we're making more lithium than not, which means our lithium ingots, is that what they're called? Lithium thingummy once. You made 4 more railgun turrets. And one of them's uncommon too. I am happy about the uncommon one, unironically. But also, you should not have made 4 more railgun turrets. I understand why you did. But that was like real spicy of you to do. Explains where all the quantum processors went. Turrets. Can I get 1 railgun turret, please? It is of the uncommon variety. Maybe we'll run 5. Maybe 5's the play. I could see 5 being cool. Just like 1 in the center and then the other one's like on the sides of it. I know it doesn't really mean anything. You know what I've been meaning to do for a while, but I keep forgetting? Is making a space platform. Because I was like talking up how important it is to start one early, and then I made one like an hour ago and was like, yeah, that'll be a good idea. All right, we'll build a new space platform. Unoctium is a crazy name. I didn't know they got default names. For some reason, I thought it was like new space platform or something. We'll put it above Novice. I'm surprised we can put it above some random planet. I guess that's to help prevent you from getting like soft lock somewhere, maybe. Is that element 118? Oh, is that because it's like... Is that what 118 is? Unoct? Yum. I'm smart. I'm with it. I'm hip. I don't know what to call it yet. How about Firefly? We'll turn on our automatic requests again, and then we'll slowly start building up Firefly. It's funny. I never took a chemistry class in school. I never got offered one, so I never took one. I didn't really know what chemistry was, to be honest, like for a long time. But I am aware now. My roommate, however, is like a really, really, really smart chemist. So when studying and stuff, she like asked me to help her like learn specific weird things on the periodic table of elements. And you kind of like learn like people at one point just start going like, oh, I discovered this element that existed for like 8 seconds. I'm now going to name it after myself. And I want to do that. I strive to have like a meconium that I can make. Is that selfish? Yup. Is it still something I want? Kinda. I looked up as a placeholder name for element 118, which is now called oganessium. I remember oganessium, I think. That's one of the things that I was helping her learn. Named after the guy who helped her discover it, or helped discover it, Yuri Oganessium. Yeah, see, that's the thing. People just kind of like name elements after them. I guess maybe they don't do it and the other people do. That's kind of what I'm getting at. So meconium's got to be a thing eventually. Can also do that for bugs. There's a lot of beetle species out there that need naming. I am so down. Beetles are so cool. Some bugs like freak me out a little bit, admittedly, but beetles do not freak me out at all. I mean, okay, if one like flies at my face from a short distance, I would probably be freaked out. So maybe I shouldn't talk that much smack while in like beetling range, admittedly. But I just think they're neat. Like I'll hit you with the Marge Simpson on that one. I just think they're neat. All right, so new plan. I guess newish plan. I want to put a rocket turret over here. I guess down here is fine. Can save a few thingies. Just in case, so if this ever, like, breaks out, the rocket turtle, like, do work on him. Someday I shall get into Factorio. It looks pretty interesting, though it's a bit overwhelming. Hey, Bloom. It's nice to see you. It's been a while. It's super fun. It can be overwhelming at times, but I think there's, like, a unique satisfaction to... What's a good way to put it? Overcoming stuff makes it sound way more dramatic than I mean it to be. But it really is overcoming, like solving things. Like it starts small and gets a lot more complex, obviously, but solving things feels really satisfying. Okay, so now we have a super... Oh, uh-oh. Did they fire shells? They're firing shells. Okay, that was a good hit. Is there another one? Oh my gosh, we're going to have to go into defense mode for sure. Yep, that's going to be a big wave. Any more? Oh no. Maybe I should... Oh. Is that a large one? Oh, it's small still? Okay, so my artillery just got more range and they've decided to unleash literal hell onto the base. I should have saved before this. Uh-oh. Okay, the southeast wall was defended already. I don't know what attacked, but it clearly did a lot of damage. It was probably a stomper if I were to guess. I'm very concerned about everyone else. I didn't even see them fire downwards. They're luring me out. I'm gonna go downwards and then it's gonna be undefensible elsewhere. I knew it. I've seen this technique before. They're trying to split me thin. I should split up my my robots. I'm gonna send one of them down there for now. I'm gonna just have them patrol this wall for a second while I'm thinking. Oh, there's one. Okay, well done. I didn't think this was gonna turn into an RTS, but I kind of knew it was going to. There's more. Where do we take damage from? I don't know what broke. There's a wall, it looks like. Oh, more on the eastern front. Rocket turrets did well. Let's support them. Okay, it's just the northeast stuff getting damaged, it looks like. What is being attacked now? Okay, that was a novice destroyed. Guessing that was also novice? Oh my god, look at those waves. Oh, it's because novice had the same effect. Aw, heck. I forgot that novice is going to have the exact same thing happen to it. I swear this game's not normally this stressful. I think Gleba's chill now. I think Gleba's chill. I need to focus on novice now. I completely forgot this was going to be something that happened on novice too. Oh no. Oh my god, it's still firing. Oh my god, the nest range. Okay, the nests are huge out there, but it's not hitting those ones, thankfully. I got the spider drones going out there. I completely forgot this was going to be an issue on here too. Okay, so I'm going to just have them, I think down here and up there are going to be the main hotspots. I'm just going to have one sitting over here. Then one up here as well. Where is that? That's novice? We have one that's on the eastern front as well. Oh my gosh, I didn't think this was going to be so bad. Where's my green Spidertron? There it is. I'm gonna have this one go and just hang on the other side of the base. I didn't think the eastern front would ever be attacked, like ever. Holy cow. What a travesty. I had no idea how bad this was gonna get. Oh no, my Spidertron's stuck. Alright, so you are following, but you need to go there. You are trying to go into the water, which is very cute, but you don't need to do that. You do need to go around though, because we need you elsewhere. Cool. Okay, there's still artillery shells firing off, but I think that like the major waves are probably dealt with now. I think it's just the smaller ones. I think that was like the big rush. I think everything that was damage is now being dealt with, which is nice. Our Spidertron is still so far away. It didn't even get stuck on anything. It's just like trying to come over. Crazy how strong flamethrowers are. I really didn't expect everything to go to crap immediately. I should have. I expected Gleba to be like a nightmare, but I didn't think it was going to be bad elsewhere. Whew, either way, so that's dealt with, I suppose. Gonna certainly be some alarms going off still for some time. Thankfully, flamethrowers are just OP. This is my first time actually seeing gameplay of it. Didn't know there was events. Always thought it was just factories, like incremental games. A lot of people will opt, or I've seen it not super uncommonly for people to opt for turning off the biters expanding towards your base, and sometimes people just play with them off altogether because they just want like the factory aspect of it altogether. But for me, like I tend to try to play games with like the default things. It's normally not this bad. This looks awful, but it's only because I have artilleries defending my base, which are like these big red circles that go around in places that I have marked. And I just upgraded all of the artillery's ranges, which is like a pretty like, I mean that research took a while. That was like a late game one. But because of that, everything suddenly was very angry because my artillery started to attack them, which they weren't super fond of. Surprise. So everything just kind of like exploded there. Normally it's not this bad. Like it's got a little bit of juice to it at times, so that was atypical. Solomon Doctor, what are you doing here? I'm going to add a weight condition on Fulgora for item count. We'll look for, I guess you don't need to even wait for item count. How about we just do a time condition again? Time passed 600 seconds. Did you already go to Gleba? I feel like you went to Gleba already. Am I crazy? Did Gleba get circuits and stuff? Maybe it doesn't need them anymore. If you... Either you went or it's fine. Either way, don't worry about going to Gleba anymore. You're doing just fine. Inductor, we'll have you go to Novice instead, which you're already doing. Alright, so let's see here. that was a lot. That took it out of me. There's a big nest that just got in the range, so that that nest was actually enormous because this is a chunk of it's taken out. There's still more. I'm glad I positioned the Spidertrons over there, but we should be good now. I do want to work on the Firefly and start making a new ship. Question is, do I use the Artemis as a blueprint or not? I can. I certainly can just copy the Artemis, but I don't think that's a good idea. I kind of want to do it from scratch. A few things I'd like to change is I'd like to use fission instead of fusion, which means that we're going to have to make it so that Firefly can make it over to... I mean, it's going to have to be able to make it to a kilo either way, because this is going to be our endgame ship. That's the plan. I don't have too many great ideas on what I want to do with it yet, but the good news is it's easy enough to mess with it. But I think the most important thing for us right now is just to get some space platforms shipped up. Even if we're not using it right now, I'm just going to ask that it makes... Why is it lumpy on one side? Ask that it sends up a bunch of space platform, because we're going to need a pretty crazy amount of it, and I don't want to wait later on. This might be too much, but we can always dismantle it and send it back down if it's too much. But this way the rockets are sending something rather than nothing. Cool. It's a good start at least. Okay, so the rockets have sent successfully. The Firefly is going to start building up. Because this is a very long process making these ships for me traditionally, and it's also very taxing on the base, so I'd rather start it now instead of later. I don't think we're anywhere close to being where we want to go to like make it through or anything, but I think it's still good to do. I'm guessing there's not enough cryogenic science on the planet. There almost is though, which means it's about to go, so I'm gonna just wait for it to finish that science on a kilo. Looks like scrap recycling productivity. I probably should have grabbed that earlier. All right, let's think about the ship itself. We're going to want railgun shooting speed for sure. Alternatively, rocket part productivity can help us a lot on resources on all of our planets right now. I think I'll start with that one and then ideally go for railgun shooting speed. I don't think we have enough science around to do either of these right now, but it'd be nice to get them queued up because I think I'm going to want them eventually. I also want the Artemis to make one more request, and that's for a artillery gun as well. Because that's mine, and I left it there. Also, speaking of incremental games, there's one that I played a while ago that's finally getting 1.0 release, which I'm really excited about. I hope it doesn't suck. I don't think it will suck. But it's called Orb of Creation, and it's getting 1.0'd in, I think, later this month. I think it's like the 28th of June. Very excited about that. Hopefully it'll be fun. It's been a while since I've sunk my teeth really into an incremental game. I cannot believe that we're still firing off artillery shells. I mean, I can believe it, but I'm just surprised. Like, I'm just leaving the Spidertron here to shoot rockets while behind the flamethrowers is like a tremendous amount of support. Leaving them at these choke points is quite nice. This one might have to move a little bit. Most important thing is I want it to be behind the line of scrimmage, basically. I don't want it to be where the flamethrowers flamethrow. Okay, so Gleba now magically has a full line of copper. Is it going to get a full line of iron? It looks like we are totally fine on our production of Yamako, probably like for the first time. We are conked on power now, presumably because the modules take such a tremendous amount of power. No, is that not what it is? Holy moly. Yeah, that's a 186 megawatt demand. I'm surprised though. I feel like we should be able to kind of keep up with that. One of my bots got destroyed. What a jerk. How much do these make each? They only make 5.8 megawatts each, so that makes sense. No input fluid. Ah, the heat's not keeping up for some reason. Quite strange. I wonder what changed to make it so that this doesn't get enough temperature. Let me think for a moment. Because this should be hot enough. Like, it's 560 and 540, so I'm surprised that it tapers off so quickly down the line. I'm sorry, train ran out of fuel? Oh, you know, I did never set up a fix for that. That's a good point. Train did run out of fuel. Can I do anything about that, actually? Wait, that might just be, like, kind of unfork knife. I forgot about that. Yeah, I can fix it for sure. Definitely going to figure out how to in a moment. I can drive this one backwards. I'm going to... Stop blowing up my heckin' bots, you jerk. It's because my Spidertron, I think. Okay, either way. So on Fulgora, I'm going to request solid fuel, which is going to fill up into here. No, because I won't be able to put it in there. Heck, do I need to literally be there? I have a Spidertron. The Spidertron can request some, and then a requester chest, which I can have it put down if it gets some bots on it, I think. Does it have a roboport? It does. Okay, I think it's possible then. It'll be like if I'm there building. So we need to make a request for a handful of construction robots as well as logistics robots. Then I want a few requester chests. I mean, 50 of them's excess. I only need one. And then an inserter. Again, I only need one. That's a big request for them. And then it should be fine if I request the fuel here. This is really like jank right now. 1.0 is coming up. That orbit creation looks interesting too. Sadly, I'm currently busy with so many games, so I find it a bit hard to... for more games, 100%ing Mina the Hollower. I wanted to check out Mina the Hollower. It looked good. I really enjoyed Shovel Knight. It was really, really fun a long time ago. And anything like Game Boy Color style takes me there. Takes me back to a better time. Okay, so here's the plan. We're going to... I didn't know I could push Q on that Spidertron. That's freaky. I mean, I guess it's not that freaky. It makes sense. Going to put down a requester chest. Not here. Requester chest here. With an inserter here. And then put in a request for... solid fuel. 250. And then if I remove the request for solid fuel, will you put it in there? What if I do this? Oh, no. I was really hoping I'd be able to do it. Maybe because it's not in Roboport range. Maybe that's the issue. Let me go get a Roboport as well. Maybe if that happens, it'll be able to identify that the Spidertron's part of the system. I'm guessing that'll be fine. I hope that'll be fine. Everything really likes to go wrong at once. Keeps me on my toes. I just assumed they gave me a Roboport instantly. They might not have. They sure didn't. They were giving me everything but a Roboport. How's Gleba doing? Cool. Slowly making more of these. Biter eggs, but we're full on spoilage, which is an interesting issue to have for certain. I'm going to set up this and hopefully we get some spoilage so those biter eggs don't just detonate. These ones do look like they are going to detonate, so I'm going to grab Spidertrons and bring them down because it is unfortunate, but we can probably make it close to in time of them popping out. I don't think we need the Spidertrons up there right now. I really hope it's not like 40 of them. It might be, though. How long do we have? 41 seconds. Honest to goodness. I need you to stop putting rocket fuel in here, my friend. This is like... of grave importance. These eggs gotta go. I appreciate your tenacity, but we have 10 seconds to burn these eggs and they're not gonna burn in time at this rate. No, maybe we'll be fine, barely. Honestly, it's simply a difference in skill. I don't know what to tell you. Alright, there was apparently one more. But look, we dealt with everything else. Apparently I ran out of inserters on there, so I'm having a messy time. It looks like the attacks on Novice have chilled at least a little bit. We've cleared out more of our area. That was wild. That was quick thinking. Really had the noggin going on that one. So for this ship, I want everything to be as high quality as we can possibly afford to be. Did you already make a trip with a bunch of cryogenic science? You didn't. Why aren't we making cryogenic science packs anymore? Did something break? Something must have broke. We have no ice anymore because we're full on nothing. How is this possible? How does stuff like this keep happening? I keep gunking myself by removing like something somewhere and then everything is awful. Cool. So I'm going to add a weight condition to the Artemis to passenger present just so I can drop off manually the stuff for the Firefly. Firefly, am I spelling a reference? You might be. not impossible. Okay, so... Right. I'm getting ripped between 30 planets right now. Whoops. Let's go up to here. Surely you have a roboport now. I didn't actually check that we had roboports available, but there's no chance you don't. Great. So we'll call for a roboport to be slapped down right here. Honestly, getting some foundation to just roboport the area would be a good idea. Okay, so if I trash these, you don't do anything. Okay, but maybe it's because there's no storage chest here. Maybe. We might not be screwed yet. If I can trash them into a storage chest over there, the requester should then take them, but I also might have to get bots over there first, which is its own issue. I don't think I can pull from a Spidertron. If I can pull from a Spidertron, that's fine too. I don't have to go to Fulgora to fix everything, but I might have to. Fulgora shutting down is like a death sentence for the everything, basically. It's really not good. Alright, good luck. This is kind of the last thing I could think of to do before just shipping myself over there. Not that it's that bad to go over there. Yeah, they won't take it out on their own. It looks like the bots have to be in the system themselves. I don't know of a good way to get the bots into the system. I'm going to assume if I move the roboport here, it's not going to start pulling stuff out like it would a tank. Nuts. You can go some solid fuel in the chest, then your Spidey bot should be able to fill it. So my issue is that... What do you mean? You can go solid fuel into a chest and your Spidey bot should be able to fill it. So... these aren't connected. So what do you mean by ghosting it into the chest? Solid fuel. That's a thing you can do? I didn't know this was a feature of the game. Simply a difference in skill once more. I had no idea that was something you could do. Thank goodness, I'm saved. I had no idea you could ghost things like that. Oh, come on, I can't throw you into reverse. Can I do the same thing over here then? Like, the only issue, I would just fill it, right? I would just fill the living goodness out of it, but I don't think that I can because it's on an elevated rail. But if I can just ghost it like that, then, you know, it's no problem whatsoever. We're saved, basically. Oh my god, we're saved. What a crazy feature. Thank goodness. Sweet, we don't even need to worry about that chest anymore. Like, that chest is a nice, like, backup, I guess, but for now, the Spidertron just has to stand nearby and then it could function as a requester chest. That's so funny. I would have never expected that to work like that. Thank goodness. I appreciate the advice. Long-term solution, we need to set up a bridge with the bridge island with roboports. I considered the bridge island with roboports. My one concern, now I guess it's not really a concern. We need to set up some foundations, because I don't want the robots getting like zapped in between the trips, which is no big deal. For now, at least, this thing has so much fuel, all of the fuel even. Okay, so. Gleba was doing okay, but it had issues because it's not producing enough power. What are we going to do about Gleba's power? Multiple options pop into my head. Nuclear fusion is possible, but it's going to be a pain because we're going to have to ship over every single nuclear cell because there's no uranium on the planet, which is a bit of a pain. So I don't really want to do that. Heating towers is not bad. I guess we need more heating towers, though, if we're going to go for this. Fission has the same issue where we'll have to ship everything, but it's quite efficient if we can get things going. Solar is not going to be the play. Maybe I just need more... No, more boilers doesn't make any sense. Or heat exchangers, I should say, because that produces 200 steam. I mean, I could just remove the productivity modules that are making these things take a gorillion too. That would certainly help to start. The productivity modules were kind of stemming the tide while we were low on resources, but now we're okay on resources, so it's probably a better idea to stop making these machines take like 10 megawatts each, which is a pretty significant amount when the rest of the base is running on like 40 megawatts in total. Let's see what that does to start. Yeah, the base basically was fine. All right, well, so we've already saved a good chunk of it. There's another 10 megawatts saved. Okay, we're getting closer. All right, we're not quite there, but we've made it so that things are running at like a respectable speed at least. I would like to fix the power, though. I don't understand the issue with the heat. Heating towers are like 40 megawatts each. You know what? That's a very eloquent idea, and I think we make plenty of this now to justify something like this. We have like a steel stack right here from a different era, a bygone era. This is the wrong direction. I'm glad that I caught that. We do need to make a heating tower, I believe. I don't think we have any on hand there. Hopefully it's not bad to make them. I don't actually remember. Heating tower. I don't think it's bad. I don't think we have boilers or heat pipes or anything. Might be easier to have a request for heating towers from Novice. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'll just wait for this to ship off and come back really quick. We did maintenance on Vulcanus. Granted, we didn't touch up all of Vulcanus yet, but we did the maintenance we needed to be there. We have access to this new coal patch. We're doing maintenance on Gleba. Fulgora also needs a little bit of maintenance because our quality goal as well. Which that was something I was going to work on, was the legendary Spidertron. That was the other big thing. A lot of this is just doing maintenance on things that we have up right now and improving things. How's Aquilo doing? Much, much better now. The Artemis is sitting here. Why is it sitting here? Because I was going to drop down at the railgun turrets, as well as the rest of the quality sciences and the sort. Perfect. So I'm going to remove passenger present. It'll shoot off those. It'll go back. It'll start running science. The inductor. I will add a request for those railgun turrets so we can bring them back, because I need to get an idea of what size they are before I really do anything with them. I will import that from Fulgatorius Maximus. I don't think I accepted that. I think I just set it and then close it, and I'll be surprised if it doesn't work, so I think I need to go fix that. That is correct. That is exactly what I did. Then we'll do a railgun turret of the uncommon variety. We'll just want the one of them from Fulgora. I don't think it needs anything else special, but I do think that that's what's good to go for. We can bring that back and then we get an idea. The Apollo is already on Novice, so like this thing is efficient enough. We're shooting up the heating towers right now. Rock capacity is 10, so it says there's 20 on the way already. Great, I'm gonna just remove the request. It'll get plenty of them. They should arrive like right now, basically. Unless that's the water. Nope, there's 10 of them. Great. There's probably the 20. I'm going to just shoot down the agricultural science pack. We're not using much agricultural science right now, which is why it's not going down. Are we doing any research on railgun shooting speed at all? A little bit. I'm gonna rip off that and spend some of this agricultural science. Stronger explosives is certainly an idea. Stronger explosives 12 had me feeling stuff. 64,000 science is kind of a ridiculous amount, though. That's a tall order for someone such as myself. Refined flammables could be an option, but it just doesn't feel necessary. Asteroid productivity is a lot cheaper, and that might be value town. Oh, railgun damage is another option, though. I don't know how much railgun damage we're gonna need. I'm gonna do a railgun damage, I think. Just bump that ahead, just so we could use up some of this green science. Clearly, we have an abundance of it right now, and I'd like to get rid of it. Sorry, agricultural science. I know there's multiple green sciences. The Artemis is going back. Is doing just fine. Let's take a look at Gleba really quick. Looks like our Yumako lines are healthy, but we're still not doing quite enough here, so the be-all end-all means we need to start producing more of this, and it looks like it's not even at full capacity because it just doesn't pick up the Yumako mash quick enough. I think this is something I've been kind of putting off for a while now, but I know a pretty eloquent solution to this, if nothing else, or an easy solution. And something I've been considering for a while, so I'm going to just go for it now. It will require the spoilage to be changed up a little bit, though, so we need to keep that in mind. Which is to simply change the belts. We'll definitely need to remove these so it takes the jelly off, actually. I hadn't considered that to be an issue, but it certainly will be one. I'm hoping that it'll still pick up jelly quick enough as well. If not, I can do some weaving to make it a little bit better looking. Looks like the jelly's falling behind? No, the jelly's still good. Oh no, the jelly's skrunked because these belts... Oh, because it's feeding like this. Okay, yeah, no, you can stay. I just feeding you the wrong way. Heck. I was panicking. I did not have a planikin, but I've developed a planikin, so I'm no longer going to be panicking. Why does the Yumako look gunked? It's not gunked, but it looks gunked. It could be faster. I could use beacons, perhaps. While our power is still a little spicy, though, we want to be careful. It looks like our production got at least a little bit fixed because of the introduction of the second heating tower. Nope, it's not even introduced yet. So why is it fluctuating so hard? I have no idea. And now it's down to 40 megawatts. Haven't the fuzziest. We're just going to trust it'll be fine a little bit. Probably because the bots were all charging. I could change you over to a stack inserter as well. That could be positive. But you're never like full, so maybe it wouldn't matter. This will be a consumption on the Yummy, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my productivity modules into here and then speed modules as well. I think prod mods in general will just make it slower. But if I mix it with speed modules too, I'm going to assume we don't have speed module 2s here. It'd be nice if we did, but I assume we don't. We don't. I mean, honestly, with the speed modules, it's making 10.5 per second now. So maybe splitting it at 50-50 would be good. Should really send over better modules here, though. Let's see what this ends up like. 13.2. It's not even like an improvement. Let me see if I can get speed 3s over here. Maybe that's just like the solution. Okay, so we do need to fix this, which I had before, was talking about needing to fix. This has no spoilage off anymore as well, so we need to just do this, and we will copy that. Looks like we want it to go a little differently there. Thought I had filtered you, but I didn't. Still a fuel, so that line should be fine. The stacked jelly looks so delicious. I just hate it. I would eat all of that stacked jelly. It reminds me of when I used to go to like this Chinese buffet with my family when I was young. And in the dessert section, they had Jello, I guess. I would get it either way. I would get the Jello and I would eat it, and it was like my favorite part of the meal. I haven't been to a buffet in years. Alright, the Radiant Starfarer. I'm going to make a request for you. Actually, you have a request already. I'm going to just drop the speed modules down there then, and I'm going to have the Artemis pick up some speed modules and go on a few trips. I make a request for 50 speed modules from Fulgora. Starfarer was above Fulgora, right? Yeah, it was. Cool, so that'll pick them up, then I'll send this over to Gleba manually. I'll drop those off, hopefully this will help. Went to a Golden Corral, it's actually really tasty. I don't think I've ever been to one, at least not to my memory. I assume it's a buffet though, judging by the context of the conversation. Unless it's not a buffet, at which point tell me about what it is. I assume it's a buffet. So we'll look at passenger present now. It looks like the speed modules are on the way, so I should be good to go over to Glebatorius Maximus. Again, we make so much yummy that I'm not super concerned. I'm a little concerned, admittedly, but not super concerned. My main thing right now is we're making so much of this. How's our spores, by the way? But probably not bad yet. Not bad yet, because I haven't grown that much yet. My main concern is that we're just not making nearly enough. If we can make it so that... Wait. Okay, there we go. Wait a minute. Is everything saved? I'm shocked. These are both running. I don't think this has like ever happened. Maybe we're saved. Maybe I was too dramatic. The speed modules do seem to be stacking up here. That's upsetting to me that it's like this. Hopefully they'll get pulled through anyways, though. Maybe this is just like okay as is. Maybe the speed modules put us back on where we needed to be. I don't think I've seen these stacked up ever. Maybe we're saved. Oops, late to a work meeting. Miko, you're too good of a streamer. I appreciate it. Good luck with the work meeting. Hopefully it is entertaining, but in a way that's not going to be like, oh god, the next few weeks of my life are going to be miserable because of the entertainingness of this. Hopefully it'll be a positive meeting either way. Okay, so this is good. Speed modules I still want to bring over. The Starfarer, whoops, got what it wanted. I'm not using the Starfarer. What was I using to bring over? Was it the Inductor? Of course it was the Inductor. The Inductor is like my personal ship at this point. It's already above Gleba, so I'm going to just shoot down these extra processing units because Gleba can always use a few extra, as well as some speed and productivity modules. Definitely going to get use out of those speed modules, if nothing else. Fuel's a little bit low. It looks like it has stuff, though, so I'm going to just wait like a little bit and then send it over to Novice. Once this waits like 15k, I think it'll be fine, actually, anyways. You're just going to go to Novice now. The Inductor is such a good ship. I have the utmost faith in it being fine. So on to Gleba. Let's look at Novice really quickly, too. How are we doing on our eggs and stuff? I don't know if the Apollo's been doing so good on that. Why did you hatch? I saw that you hatched, but I don't understand why you hatched. It looks like maybe that was the end of a batch of them. Huh. My best guess is that maybe someone was sitting in this bulk inserter for some reason. Either way, it tells me that I probably want to move a Spidertron over there just in case. I think our big attacks on this wall are going to be done pretty much permanently, so I'm going to just move a Spidertron to kind of like place the area. So if things go like really, really wrong, I can react to it quickly. So let's look back at Gleba. Going to upgrade these to speed module 3s. My thought is I could potentially redesign this. To my memory, that's made almost 1 million. Holy cow, I can't believe that. I don't think I've ever seen a number that big. My thought process was I could redesign this with a beacon and it would be more efficient than having 3 of these machines. And I believe that to be the case, so I think I'm going to act off of that logic, which will hurt the base a little bit, but I'm in a position now where our Bioflux has backed up like properly, and I think that this is the right time to do it because we have a time to kind of breathe without everything shutting down. So let's redesign it over here. We'll do it with a little safe spot. It should be really easy for what I want to do. I just want to put a beacon down betwixt 2 of them, have it so that it's like this, and then I guess have them on the edge like this. Some underground belts. We only need 1 line of these materials going through, but we need 1 also going this way. Yeah, I'm hitting the betwixt today. What of it? Me picking fights with people for no reason. Surprise, surprise. I'm sorry, I just had to hit it betwixt. You know that I was gonna hit it betwixt. You know I can't resist hitting a good old betwixt. Left betwixt or right betwixt? That's like one of the craziest marketing strategies of all time. They were like, how are we going to compete with Kit Kat? Oh, I know. Okay, so this design looks really, really good. So I think we're going to go with that one. I would like to keep this biochamber alive, which is unfortunate. This shifts it down a little bit, which makes it not match up with the other one, but I'd really like to keep that biochamber alive, so I think I'm going to commit to that design. This said, I'm going to snip this for the moment, which means the base is going to be hurting for a little bit, and I'm very sorry about that base. This is going to be a little bit awkward to plug in as well, but we're going to copy that design. I'm going to just very quickly... This is not perfect. I messed up a little bit of it. A lot of it? Let me think for a moment. I see what I messed up. I need this over here, and then I need this over here. There we go. We need some yummy input, so we're going to set up our yummy input there. Disconnect this one. There are some of those fancy schmancy speed modules that we just got into here. We're going to disconnect this machine because it's not going to be necessary anymore. So this machine has spoilage output. This one does not currently, so we will set up spoilage output. I can't imagine there's going to be too much spoilage in here, but there might be a little bit, so we should make sure it's set up at least. We will need to move our carbon fiber, certainly, to make this design work now. Shouldn't be so bad to change, but definitely it's got to go somewhere else. And we will use a stack inserter. Right here. Filtered like that, and then that should be a sufficient design change. We should have a stack inserter available. Apparently we need power too, that's a good point. Thought we would have had some, but that's okay. Boom, power plugged in. Need to hit a few more Koopos. You're addicted to Koopos. You're emotionally compromised, Koopo. Where the heck's the stack inserter? That's like the most core part of this. Like, we're gonna start hurting on materials if we don't stack insert this like 20 seconds ago. Are we actually out? Surely we're not out of stack inserters. Where do we make them? No, we got hella stack inserters. We have so many stack inserters. So we must make green-handed inserters somewhere. There's no way I would have set this up without it. Cool, we do. So what gives? Is that not a stack inserter? Is that a green one I accidentally did? That's probably what it is. Okay, yeah, it was just a green one. Cool. So now these are making 15.3 per second. This is making 21 per second. Beforehand, they're making 11, so this is already like equivalent to what we were doing before. What happens if I do this? I don't think we need productivity modules here for the record. 14.8 per second, so this will be more efficient on materials. I think I'm going to go speed all the way down here, though. I think we're making plenty of Yumako at this point. So now these are each making almost 30 per second. One of these is a little bit worse than our previous setup. Two of them is now about twice as efficient as our other setup. So a slightly more compact design, but I do think it was the right choice in this specific scenario. We do need to fix a few things here because this belt is facing the wrong direction. Cool. So this is going to break 1 million products. I really didn't want to break this one. I don't mind this one restarting, but having something almost make 1 million products is crazy. Cool. Looks good. Everything else should have an output still. I may need to swap the stuff around here. No, that's actually on the correct belt already. Cool, 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 cool. All right. How are we doing on producing these? We have no spoilage and no biter eggs. I needed to filter this for spoilage, and I did not, so we will filter this for spoilage. Oh, let me turn on your requests again. Silly me, I don't know why I turned those off. I completely forgot that we were supposed to bring over a heating tower. It's here. Perfect. Wait, I thought the inductor was supposed to bring over like a heating tower or something. Maybe whatever, it's fine. I got lost in the sauce again. Me and the sauce have had a really complex relationship recently. And at this point, I'm a little embarrassed to admit I think the sauce has one up on me. Cool. So Gleba is still expanding. Gleba is now like much healthier on every front, other than power. Hopefully we can rectify that. We do need to make a decider combinator, I suppose. Ooh, look at that. So that is... everything is dead. Everything's back? Why is everything dying? Oh, I know why everything's dying. Okay, it's unfortunate, but I understand precisely why everything is dying. When you plug in a new heating tower, it like ultra gunks the power of everything for a little bit. Because it balances the heat. It makes complete sense in practice, but it's just unfortunate in the moment. It's like if you have a really hot ball and you like toss it into a pile of snow. The heat will disperse around. But now that this is 500, these should start kicking on, so our power should be looking a little bit better at least now. Might be a good idea to make another cluster of these, but it's so hard for me to tell. One of these produces 20 steam. It says it's currently only outputting 103 of 103, but it can do... I guess it's maxed out then. How much steam do these each use? These can fill up with 200 each. They can also kind of store steam though, so it's weird. Either way, I think I need another cluster of these is a nice way to put it. Although now we have 141 megawatts, so I guess everything is just working. There probably just wasn't enough heat over here. I wanted to check on a couple things. One, our nutrients are just fine. Our bioflux is looking better than it literally ever has, which means that our furnaces are running, which is beautiful to see. Assuming I didn't forget like a spoilage output somewhere, which is very famous last words, but this should be like the best our base has been. Could certainly still break, but it's looking good. I do want to make a decider combinator really quick. I hope I have the juice for it. Let's change this over to a decider combinator. Yeah, it looks like it's easy enough to get. We will do a requester for that just so I don't have to go all the way to Gleba to make one final thing. And then put that out into a red box so that the bots can see it. And then that combinator should have the same wiring. So it should basically say, I have it wired to say, hey, look, if this is above 600 heat, then it's hot, therefore stop working. Novice losing a wall is not that atypical. Uh-oh. What happened to Novice? I'm guessing they took out a very important power pole somewhere. What's going on? There's no way the whole base is out of power, right? What the heck is happening? We have plenty of power. We're making a gigawatt. We're using a good chunk of power. What went wrong? I'm guessing there was one really important power pole that's just not connected now? I don't know what would have happened to it. But like everything right here has power and this doesn't. So I'm going to connect a single power pole and hopefully that just turns on the whole base again because I physically can't see anything anymore. That pushes me up to my gigawatt, which is admittedly kind of scary, but I think it's just because they're all charging at once. Weird. That was pretty spooky. A blackout like that means that we can't see our borders and stuff anymore. Alright, I mean, everything looks fine. Might need another, or switching over to the nuclear power, fusion power. That was spooky. I mean, we're on Novice if nothing else, but it would have been nice to not have that happen, so I'm glad it didn't go down like that. So we have a good chunk of this stuff. I'm going to assume we want more, so I'm going to just not hold off and make a request for another thick line of it. I don't know if this is symmetrical, so we're going to have to learn it together. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Actually, it's a very easy way to do this. Perfect. So now I can just line it up with that, copy, paste, and then make sure that this is aligned like that, and then boom. I did it slightly too high and slightly too low. This might be too much area for this ship, but it's okay. I'd rather just ship it up now and then later. Then we can actually start designing the core parts of the ship. And there's going to be a lot of things we have to account for that we weren't accounting for before. The inductor. You were supposed to drop stuff off at Novice, and I wasn't paying attention to you, but that's okay. I'm going to request the railgun turret gets dropped off, the railgun itself, as well as the other railgun turret. To my memory, we have to make railgun bullets anywhere. There's no limitation on it, or maybe it's only space or something like that. Let me see. It can be made anywhere, railgun ammo, which is great. That means we can set up railgun ammo anywhere. We don't need to worry about shipping it into space. The rocket capacity is 5, which is not great. The stack size is only 10, so clearly we're not going to want to go too zany with firing it into space, so it makes sense that we can make it anywhere. I really want to fire a railgun, if I'm being honest with you. There's not many things in my life that I've been like, I want to do this. Firing a railgun is on the list of things. I don't know why. I'll be honest with you, I don't even know why it's called a railgun. But like, it seems profoundly cool to have. We're gonna have one anyways. So might as well fire it and see what it does. What is happening? Why is there so much stuff in my base that's like slightly disconnected? Was it always like this? There's no way it was. I would have noticed. Okay, so Gleba's power situation completely solved. Having this here makes it so that all these are functioning, so all these are running, so we have plenty of power. No stress on it whatsoever. Gleba is slowly but surely, it's making 10 every time, roughly, that it gets a shot over of eggs, so it's coming over with another set of eggs now. No. Yes, it is coming over with eggs now. Feels like it's really slow, but it has plenty of fuel, so I guess it's just in my head. By the way, cool. So it's like every 15 minutes, it brings over another set of eggs. So it'll be slowly but surely, but we'll eventually fill out that area. Not that we need to as much right now, but I think it's a good idea to do it either way. All right, so we were going over to here because we wanted to grab our railgun turret, our railguns. We don't need the artillery turret. We definitely want our personal railgun, though. Oh, boy. I better be careful not to fire this towards the base. I really don't know what type of destructive capability this has. It might be like nothing. You know what? People keep attacking the bottom right, bottom left wall and destroying stuff. Fine, I'll go over there. So it has 10,000 plus 16,000 physical damage. For like a little bit of perspective, we did like 12 upgrades so that our rockets could do just over 1,000 damage without resistances or anything. So this is has 26 rockets packed into one little shell. I don't know how much piercing it has. I don't even know if I can fire it, to be honest with you. I assume I can. I've got a railgun that has at least the capacity to fire it, so I should be able to. Let us see what's going on down here. All the clearing out that our artilleries did really show here. Okay. So these jerks are over here. There's jerks down there. I'm going to just fire one. I'm going to try and get a nice good shot through here. We're only going to have 3 shots, and these guys are going to chase me down as soon as I fire. So here we go. That was the most pathetic looking thing I've ever seen in my life. I was expecting this thing to just rocket through this entire thing, this massive like crater left in the ground. It sounded a little wacky. Its range was kind of low. Let's try it again. All right, it's really efficient in what it does, but it is a little bit wacky looking. What we need to do is to get a legendary railgun that just has infinite range. It's a railgun because the electromagnetic parts to launch the projectile are long rails going parallel to the barrel. That's so cool sounding. However, I expected this thing to be like dramatically higher range. That scares me. Do the turrets also have that range? They do. Okay, I mean, the range isn't that bad, but it freaks me out a little bit. I don't hate it. I just had higher expectations, and I should have tempered them. I'm sure I'm going to be very grateful for them when they're protecting Firefly from asteroids. Okay, so our productivity in these are so nice now, too. I should upgrade these to better productivity modules. Certainly the fancy ones. I wish there's a cool visual effect of it, even though it's probably realistic. It's certainly like more realistic now, but I wanted like the sci-fi, like boom, boom, like the big explosion and stuff, like the reality warps. You can see like the bending of the area. Like I wanted something crazy there. I didn't even know I wanted something like that, but it turns out I did. Am I mad about it? Not at all, but it turns out I had high expectations for this railgun. Yeah, I wanted the shockwaves. I wanted that thing to blow my character back. I wanted to, like, have my screen all messed up for a while. I don't know why, but I did want it. These are 13% productivity each, which means now our productivity is up to 72, so we're almost getting a whole extra rocket per rocket, which is pretty cool. I guess for extra rocket part per rocket part is the same thing, really. Okay, so we're going to shoot up. These are very heavy, so may as well start with the heavy guns. Oops. I apparently had a personal rocket here and didn't realize. Probably don't want to turn off everything else in the meantime. How's Gleba doing? Okay, apparently you've been incapable of firing on this side, which is why I guess we weren't attacked as much on that side. But that's okay. As long as they don't spawn in nests too big, there shouldn't be too many people with it. Send that over to Firefly. I love artillery. Artillery is like the biggest boon of all time. So something else we're going to want is rocket turrets for certain. I don't know if we have rocket turrets on Novice. I assume we do. How many do we need? Let's do 10, I guess. 10 might be like stretching it too. I apparently have 3 on me. Honestly, this might be like a good amount of space for the ship. All right, so how big is a railgun turret? Oh. Okay, fair. I kind of expected the range to be more rounded, I guess. Oh, wow. Okay, that's actually really cool. We can make a cool design with this. Alright, this is gonna actually be the coolest thing ever. I shouldn't have salted. That was a mistake on my part. This actually is the coolest thing ever. I'm sorry. I really like that. I wonder how much to the side we want to do. Maybe something like this? Like 2 facing forward, then 2 to the side. I think 2 facing forward and 2 to the side's probably the play. Like maybe this action? The turrets go a lot harder than the weapon itself went. The weapon was fine, don't get me wrong, but the turrets kind of go crazy for no good reason. Okay, we're gonna need normal turrets as well, and I assume laser turrets to take the stress off of normal turrets. I'm sorry? There's one really angry stomper. I was like, was that like a large one? No, that was just a medium. It just walked in, blew up my everything, and then left and refused to explain. Yeah, see, our spores are already starting to really go spicy here. I'm glad we have the artillery set up, I'll say it like that. Are these equidistant? Is this like flippable? My brain's saying no, but my heart's saying yes. Oh, that's really cool though. I like that they can be diagonal. This is gonna be so scary to do. They need power. Oh, I mean, everything probably needs power. I think the plan's gonna be to power it with a fusion reactor though. I have to imagine that's the play. How is Aquilo doing on making cells? It's fine now. It was struggling before because of the lithium plates, but it's fine. I think that's what I want to do since this is going to run there anyways, but this is a big but. We're going to have to make another one of these, which is a pain because they're quite expensive. It's certainly not the end of the world or anything, but it is a little bit unfortunate. I could also use nuclear power, but I don't see why I wouldn't do this. It's going to be chilling above a kilo before it sets off anyways. This gives us our best chance at success, and if things go south, we could just go back to a kilo and resupply. They're not called reactors. What are they called? Fission... Fusion, not fission. Generator, that's the word we're looking for. Generator. Can activate as long as it's less than 2. Oops, wrong one. I really wish I could select any quality, because this could spit out a better quality one, in theory. Oh, we already have one in there, even. I think we're going to just do 2 of them, though. Although, wait, hold on. Let's not get too wacky here. If we do that, we're going to have to deal with off-putting the fluoroketone. Maybe that's not the play. Hold on. Because if we get the hot fluoroketone, we'd have to put it back through here, and then it wouldn't do anything. There's no real way to make more in space for no reason to. I could, in theory... No, I mean, I could barrel and then send it out into space, but that feels like such a waste, too. I forgot about the off-put of fluoroketone. Maybe I'm going to go back to nuclear instead. I think that's what I'm going to do. My initial concern seeing the railguns is how much power do they take? 10 megajoules per shot. Holy guacamole. Okay, that's not an insignificant amount of power. That's like kind of an absurd amount of power. Am I crazy? Maybe that's not as much as I think it is. It feels like an absurd amount of power. Should be a closed loop, right? Same amount of fluoro input and output. Would it be? Hold on. Oh, does it need coolant to run? That's what I forgot. Okay, it needs coolant to run. Never mind, you're totally right. I was thinking it just needed the fuel cell and then it outputs the coolant. I completely forgot that this is a thing. Good call. Alright, fusion power is back on the menu. I got a little too wacky. I accept that. These make 50 megawatts each. That's so crazy. Maybe I'm like overvaluing how much that is, but that feels like a truly like a tremendous amount of fuel being used, or power, I guess. This is going to be a heck of a ship. That's for gosh darn sure. I did not initially plan on doing this in space. These don't actually output depleted cells either. They just kind of go. I guess that's a nice thing. Rocket capacity of the cells is not bad either. I wonder how many we should have, though. How are we doing on quantum? Okay, we're already back up to 100. We're so good on this planet now. I know I said I was going to touch it up, but it's just kind of working now. Except for the ice that keeps breaking every 2 seconds for a new reason. Okay, so something's messing with me. I'm not changing any of these pipings, right? So how does everything keep getting frozen? Was this just residual heat for an extremely long time from something I changed a while ago? Weird. I have to imagine that's the last thing to fix. It must have just been residual heat. Crazy. Hacker invades my Factorio game to mess with me. Drop pentapod eggs. How's it going, Mikoko? It's going okay, T. How about with you? And I am looking at YouTube chat. You thought you would catch me slipping. But now that I've accidentally not looked at YouTube chat once, I have so much shame and I need to like rectify it at all times. I can't believe how good Gleba looks now. Turns out the answer is just Yumiko fruit. Why isn't it called Yumiko fruit? It could be Yumiko, and I feel like we're missing out a big opportunity there. Something I wanted to check though, which I was a little bit concerned about, was the fuel consumption. Okay, no, we're completely positive on rocket fuel. I was waiting for the response for an hour. You were not waiting for an hour. I literally, that was not fast because I literally just saw your message. It was not an hour. You are fibbing. You're being dishonest in your commentary. You cannot boozle bam me. I'm paying attention. Okay, so Gleba's fine. Gleba's cooking. What's sitting above Gleba? The Apollo. You're just doing your normal trips. Great. We will turn off your productivity module request. I guess we'll just shoot down a few more of them. Might as well, so that Gleba can have them in case. I don't know where Gleba would need productivity modules. There's probably somewhere useful, like maybe on a carbon fiber and stuff. But for the moment, you're straight chilling. Good. Inductor, you're sitting here because you just deliver science. It's what you do, John. You deliver science. Looks like our railgun damage is petering off, presumably because we're out of green or agricultural science, but I'm willing to bet that it's also could be that a novice science is conked. It is agricultural indeed, so that's fine. We'll bring over some more of that. Railgun damage 5 will probably be a nice boon, hopefully. It also might just not be necessary at all. It might be super overkill for what we're doing. The Starfarer, you are doing your things just fine. I could probably take your trips to Fulgora off temporarily. I wish I could, like, pause a specific one. But it's fine. The Artemis, you have successfully picked up your cells. Oh, you know what? We probably accidentally just made a few of these and I only wanted one. No, we didn't make any. Great. How much is it? 250 quantum processors for the reactor? It's 250. They buffed the crap out of Solo Dungo. Did you see? No, I didn't see anything about RuneScape today. What do you mean they buffed it? Alright, I really need to just put these on a vellum. Made it so much easier to get the invention piece. That's good. Did they touch the recipes for Herblore? Because if they did, then I'm interested. If not, I'm probably still a little interested, but I could certainly be more interested. Surely they expect you to do fusion in space. I'm not coping. That means we're also gonna need some cryogenic plants up there as well. So let me make a request for that as well on the Artemis. I don't know if I have any cryogenic packs sitting around. Or cryogenic plants. There's only 2 on the planet. We could certainly make some more. Solo XP rates went from 20% to like 300% or something for a large dungeon. So that's crazy. Wonder why they're buffing Solo specifically so hard. What was I gonna do? Right, we were going to go to Aquila. We were going to set up production for cryogenic plants. Bots really do struggle on this planet. Surprised there's not an upgrade to like make bots charge faster or something. We added blue circuits. This box does take priority on that, so it makes sense. The Artemis have any on it? Nope. The quality roboports charge faster? That's an interesting thought. They might. Yep, certainly does. Recharge rate 4 over 500 kilowatts. Looks like it would be a lot better. I imagine because the majority of people are solo, like it's hard to put a group together, but even a good group of 2 makes the dungeon so much quicker than solo. They probably needed it. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I don't really mind either way. If they're enjoying it, then great. I'm a little concerned the Artemis is going to leave soon. I'm going to just pause its thrust while I'm setting up everything. We have no lithium plates in boxes either. No, we're just using them all up as we make them. That was totally the wrong place to do that. And Barry say. Okay, now I have lithium for like requests and stuff separately. Should really just scale this up altogether, but oh well. Don't say anything about potion blood's bug fix for him. They might just be more reasonable now too. It doesn't seem like they increased the rate of them, but I don't really care about the weapons they made anyways, so I just want to get my potion recipes for my perfect plus at some point. I think these are the uncommon 2s on a kilo. We did successfully make a fusion reactor. We didn't roll any quality on like anything so far, which is unfork knife, but so it goes. Let's make our request for that fusion reactor up here. I'm hoping 100 fusion power cells is enough to get Firefly over to a kilo, so then if it requests more, it'll just be available there. That would be a nice boon, at least. We should only need 1 cryogenic chamber. Thinking about it critically, what do we need more for? I can't think of a reason why we would need another one. I might be missing something though. It's not impossible. Because we need the one to turn the hot back into cold, and then it just goes back in. So I think we actually only need 1. So maybe this is like overkill. I can't think of a reason to have another, so we'll just take 1 for now. I guess my big thought was I would take an extra one just so I don't have to come back, I guess. It's interesting that as the Artemis hovers above the planet, it shoots down like a good chunk of its extra stuff. I like that it does that. It makes it feel like it's really efficient to have here. What do you mean on the way 48? Out of curiosity. Is it just that they're taking a while to fill the thing instead of them doing other stuff? That's probably what it is. That makes sense. Okay, railgun damage is back in full force because the Apollo took its round trip. I really need to start designing stuff on the Firefly, so maybe I'll take a little bit of time to do that, because there's stuff that Novice can certainly do. A lot of this stuff is going to be changed, but while everything's happening there, we're just kind of in limbo anyway. So let's go over to our space stuff, which is here. So crushers are going to be a necessity. We're going to need a good chunk of crushers. What the crushers are going to do is we need to do advanced carbonic. I want to do them in a specific order, though. Advanced oxide, advanced carbonic. I'm going to want some at the end of the line, probably refactoring them. Do I need advanced metallic? That is the question of the day. What would I need copper for is the question. One that I don't currently have an answer to. We're going to have to make ammo for a few things. The railgun ammo. So rockets require iron and explosives. Railgun ammo requires steel, explosives, and copper cables. So we are going to need to do that. So we're going to want a good chunk of whatever the heck they're called, foundries as well, I think. So do we have any quality foundries laying around on here? I'm going to assume we don't. If we do, there's probably a short supply of them. Foundry, and we'll do greater than the minimum quality. Okay, sorry, greater than or equal to uncommon? Did I not actually pick the item? Foundry. It really hates doing, like, quality requests. I get it, but, like, I wish it wouldn't. Okay, there's none that I can see in the logistics storage. Perfect. So the Starfarer is currently going home, and I'm willing to bet that Volcanus has at least a few quality... Okay, there's actually 2 rare ones right there, which is just, like, straight up awesome. Nice timing on it to look for it, I suppose. Unfortunate that we don't have 4 rare ones, but so it goes. I'm going to put in a request for those foundries, I think. Do a minimum payload of 2. On the off chance 2 more spit out. I'm going to change these to... I'm going to send up the rockets, and then I'm going to just have them turn into auto suppliers again. At least for now. Nice timing, Goo, is very true. Okay, so we're going to need to process iron. We're going to need to process copper. We're going to need to process steel. My initial question is, in a foundry, can I process steel from molten iron? The answer is yes. So it looks like we're looking at several foundries. I'll send normal quality ones for now. It doesn't matter too much just for the design. We can upgrade them to the higher quality ones later if we have the luxury of getting more higher quality ones. I already have the 2 rare ones up here, which is nice. But for the design, at least, it might be a little bit wasteful on rockets, but I think it's important to take some time. So, this one takes iron ore and calcite to produce molten iron. That is why the calcite is important. This one, I assume, also takes calcite. Takes copper ore and calcite. So we have 2 things outputting these. This one is easy. This one we can just have them smooch. There should be no downside on it. This one's a little bit more complex. I need to think to myself how we want to handle this. It's 30 molten iron to 1 steel plate, 20 molten iron to 2 iron plates. I think what I'm going to do... So my concern right now is... Let's look at the recipes for these. I guess in the PDA. Look at the asteroid reprocessing. I guess it's not reprocessing. Whoops, what is it called? Crushing. So, this produces 2 calcite, 3 ice, 5% chance at a chunk. This produces 5 carbon, 2 sulfur, 5% carbon junk. This produces 10 iron, 4 copper, and then a 5% of a metallic asteroid chunk. The traditional one is 20 iron. This ratio-wise looks good on paper for producing an okay amount of both. I would assume that we need about 2.5 times as much iron as copper. Maybe it's more. It's probably more. My thought process is I'm probably going to want 2 of these crushers, right? But do I do this or do I do one just full iron? And I think what I want is one of them full iron, while one of them is crushing for both. I don't know if that's the right play or not, but it's what my gut feeling is right now, so I think I'm going to act off of that. Reason being is we do need copper, but we need it to a much lesser degree. Plus, like, every 6.25 iron ore produces 93.7 copper juice, which then spits out roughly 50 copper wires. I don't know how frequently the railgun needs to shoot, but that's like crazy. I got things to do. I'm gonna go for now. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate seeing you. Have a nice day yourself too. Hopefully we'll see you again soon, Plume. 'Twas nice. This breeds a separate question. Do I want an entire extra foundry to make steel?
Tiny_Plume.
Thanks, Bloom. Appreciate you. Okay, so I'm thinking I want one of these dedicated to each thing because it'll help my mental a little bit. This feels right. Because this consumes a pretty tremendous amount. I mean, actually, maybe we only need one. Because if this does do 93.7 per second, and these only eat 25 and 37, then these two should be able to be fed by one. As long as this one's always running, this should be actually fine. We should be able to skip out on one of them. I don't think I can have them smooch in the way that I want, though, which is a little bit unfortunate. But we kind of can. A lot of these designs are just going to be copy-pasting until they look good enough to me. It's such a shame. It's so close. I think I'll do this. And pipes like this. Something else that I would really like to do in this design is fit as many beacons as I can in, like, proper places. Something like this might not be bad. Ratios are tricky too, even with foundries. Yeah, it's true. Something that I don't know, like, I can look at the space area and go, where is it? Ton of oxide, which then turns into much less oxide, but we're getting huge metallic and huge carbonic. So my assumption is that these huge ones are going to produce like a crazy amount of resources. They might come in like way too quickly, but we should get a crazy amount of them regardless, is my expectation. I don't know if reality quite lives up to that one or not, though. We're making laser turrets on Novus. I don't even know if they're necessary, but I'm going to operate under the expectation that they'll be nice to have. We have 2 uncommon ones. Probably more, I would guess. This has a filter on it, but doesn't actually do anything, unfortunately. I don't think we would have had too many more batteries, but clearly there was a filter intended to be like, if this belt's low, stop making laser turrets, but whoops. Oh my gosh, I really think I caught a cold. Either that or my allergies are just obliterating me. One or the other. How's Gleba doing? Specifically, like, I haven't heard any explosive issues as of yet, for at least a little while. Okay, Okay, cool. Railgun damage is up there. Now we can go through some railgun shooting speed. If nothing else, our Gleba Science setup, like it's certainly not the most efficient thing ever, but I'm really happy with it. I think that it went crazy. Our bots are really slow at filling the rocket silo. We should probably get a second one down there at some point. I'm proud of Gleba. There's a lot of really cool stuff in it. It's definitely my favorite of the planets. I think now that I've had time to see all of them, I think Gleba's my favorite. This is like probably an unpopular opinion, or maybe it's like a spicy opinion, but I feel like Fulgora would have been improved if the lightning worm was more common. Lightning snake, whatever it is. I feel like if there was like a threat on Fulgora, I might have had more fun with it. Not that it was bad or anything. Like, this is a cool puzzle. It's like a puzzle thing. It's fine. But like, I like that Gleba's enemies are like threatening, to me at least. You do say Gleba more than the others? Is that right, Kupo? We're actually almost done setting up like the Gleba setup here too, which is quite nice. I think I'll need to do it over here. No, it looks like this one's good too. Sweet, those look really nice. Okay, I am so far in the sauce right now. I want some laser turrets. I don't know how many I want, but I definitely want them. They're going to be uncommon. I don't even know where they would fit, to be honest. I mean, the little things don't matter too much. Maybe something like this. A little of that action. Oh, those rocket turrets don't exactly fit. That's a shame. Aesthetically, I really like it. You all laughed at me. You all thought I was crazy for getting stronger explosives 12. Well, who's laughing now? I think I just realized that our ship is, I don't know how to say this in a polite way, but asymmetrical. We still need normal gun turrets too. How the heck are we gonna fit as many turrets as we need? Oh, but I really like it though. Anything but asymmetry. There's no way this is gonna be efficient enough. Maybe it will be. Maybe I'm cooking something incredible. Maybe I'm already baked. Who could really say? Okay. So I like a lot of what we have in theory to start. It fits like the design that we had. Something important is I think everything needs to only attack its relevant stuff, which is going to be a little bit annoying to set up. I always want to make ships like FTL ships in design. That would be cool. I saw someone at one point make the Pillar of Autumn from Halo. I think it was posted on the subreddit or whatever. I was like, you're so creative. I'm so jealous. I could potentially layer some more turrets up here. It's a shame that it can't fit right here so they could go to it. How's the Artemis doing? Did it pick up the cryogenic plant? It did. Again, I think we only need one. I hope we only need one. But looking at what we've picked up so far, we still need one of these. Yeah, that was me. That's really cool that that was you. I'm envious of your ship design. Mine just end up looking like, I don't know, big, tall rectangles. Okay, railgun shooting speed 3 is done. I think that's going to be a nice boon. I think that this is one of the more important techs, but I'm really guessing, to be honest with you. I think I'm going to go for worker robot speed. Is that what it's called? That didn't feel right to me. Okay, so something else we desperately need is asteroid collectors. So we might expand out this area, kind of make it rounded at the top. I don't know. But we're definitely going to need a bunch of asteroid collectors. If I can have them collect from up here at the front of the ship and then like dump the stuff back, it would be so nice. I don't know how viable something like this is, unfortunately. Would my railgun just blow this asteroid collector out of nowhere? That'd be kind of funny if so, admittedly, but I don't know if it would. I would love asteroid collectors in the front of the ship. If possible, I want them there. There's just so much debris that they can collect. Is this ship like really massive? I feel like I'm losing my mind here. That doesn't fit there. I was thinking this was roughly the same size, a little bit bigger than my other ships, but the more I look at it, the more like really super massive this looks to me. I guess I can check pretty easily, right? Okay, it's definitely a little bit wider. It's not that much bigger, but it's definitely got some chutzpah to it. Good call on the unlisted targets as well. Yeah, my concern is that the asteroid collectors at the front are going to get exploded, but like it's so tough. I would love for them to be able to survive here and then like bring me a bunch of materials back. I kind of want to try it, but I feel like it's just like asking for a bad time. But what if it's fine? There's no way these gun turrets are sufficient. But what if they're fine? Okay, so yes, ignore unlisted targets. I'll have to do this for all of these. We'll just do them in order, I suppose. This is going to be interesting if this actually pans out or not. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't. But it's not going to stop me from trying. I was going to copy paste the design that we had before from the Artemis, but I figured it'd be a lot more fun to just kind of do it on our own. Okay, Artemis, are you good to go? You're good to go. We're going to send you to Fulgora. Turn off this. We're going to shoot down the cryogenic plant and stuff. The inductor, are you just sitting there because of me? No, you're not. I'm going to add a wait condition to passenger present, and we're going to ask for the plant so that we can start getting power. As well as the fuel cells as well. Is there anything else that the Artemis is bringing over that we wanted to drop over really quickly? Ah, the cryogenic plant, that's what it was. They could be fine, who can say? I got a funny feeling they're not going to be fine. That's the issue. But man, I want them to be fine. Import from Fulgora, that means these are also importing from the wrong place. Cool, so now these are importing from the right locale. I might retrofit every ship to look like the Artemis at some point so that they can all safely make trips over to whatever that gets called, a kilo. But if I'm going to do that, I need to make sure that I save their own unique hubs so that I can just copy paste them again so I don't lose all of their, or make sure I write out what their specific groups are so I can reset them easier. Definitely learned my lesson on that one. But it'd be so nice. Think of all the wasted materials. I mean, we're gonna have so many materials anyways, I imagine. Where does the Artemis gather from? Yeah, okay. I'm getting too wacky. I know, I've been there before. Sometimes you just get a little quirky at times. Like, it happens. Are you living if you haven't gotten a little bit quirky? What are we importing? It's probably just waiting to send stuff up to the Artemis first. Yeah, okay. We'll just chill for a little bit. Let me make sure that all of the Fulgora's silos are good to go. I'm surprised it's sending up uranium fuel cells. Oh, it's for the Artemis. Okay, I should really switch the Artemis over to not uranium. I'm awake now. Hi. Hi, Kupo. I wonder if space actually makes sound. You know how it's got like the howling sound kind of here? Does space make sound or does it not because it's a vacuum? I always wanted to go to space when I was young. I know that the odds of me going to space now are extremely low, but it would have been cool at the time. No sound? That's kind of my assumption. So it goes. Can't win them all. A little bit of atoms in the vacuum of space, maybe it's just very quiet. Alright, then we better be sure to listen very carefully. Look at how good our belts look now. Our iron stack is ironing. Oh my god, Gleba is saved, and all it took was a lot of destruction, actually. And a little bit of expansion. The Apollo dropping off more eggs. That sure is. Yeah, it's about 15 minutes spoil time on the eggs each time. Okay, the inductor. Have you gotten your stuff yet? You're requesting the cryogenic science first, but you've gotten this and this. You have not gotten the fusion power cells either. There's also none available on the planet, so I must have forgotten to request it on the planet. I'm gonna just drop down that stuff manually. Funny how I'm just kind of like standing in one place the whole time. Okay, let's go back to doing this. Let's keep busy work, you know? We need these to be... I think we messed up the targeting priorities on the turrets. I felt it in my bones that I forgot to set another ignore unlisted. So if I understand what you're supposed to do properly, which I might not, laser turrets zap the tiny ones. That gets us our fuel, because the tiny ones have like no resistance to laser, I think. Let's look at them. Yeah, 20% laser. They're fine against like physical, but laser can zap them. Laser can't do anything else, but laser will take a little bit of the stress off of our bullets, which will be going for these, because they only have a 10% physical. There is basically everything else almost fully for some things. a little bit of explosion. The big ones, however, don't resist explosion at all, and these ones resist heckin' everything, which is why we use the railguns, because the railguns are a whopping, Oh, you know, I don't have a way to actually... No, I do have a way to feed the railguns, actually. The railguns have a whopping, like, 16,000 damage a shot, so we should be okay to kill them, even with them being, like, juiced out of their mind, from my understanding of it, no. Because in spite of them having 5,000 health, it cuts 3,000 off of it and then 10%. So if we're doing like 16,000 damage a shot, we're killing this like several times over still. Which is good. So, let us go back to doing these. Ignore illicit targets. No, I cringed. Boom. Boom. And then we'll do the biggest ones with these. I got a funny feeling that this is going to take me a long time to succeed on. Gleba do be looking like a snack. We're almost done with the Gleba expansion, which means I'm going to keep an eye on it, and then we're going to stop storing those eggs for now. The Solomon Ductor, how are you looking on things, my beloved? I didn't set your minimum payload, so you're not picking that up. We'll change that. Surprised there's 0 speed module 3s on Fulgora. I thought I was making those. Perhaps I never got around to it. No, speed module 3s are not from Fulgora. What was I thinking? They're from Volcanus. I don't know why I have a request for those. Perhaps it was because I was transporting them between planets at some point. It was like a temporary thing. So with this, we will be good to go to Novice. So I will move the passenger present request here. I should have shot down... oh no, I should keep the science. I was thinking I should shoot it down. Our worker robot speed is about to upgrade. Do we have any bots doing anything on this planet? Nope. Surely there's some bots doing something somewhere. We can kind of see their speed in real time now. I was looking away. I got impatient. They look slightly faster. I mean, that's what we expected to happen. All right, the inductor's coming, so we're going to ask for it to drop off the fusion generator as well as some fusion power cells to get started. The cryogenic science packs, of course. The Artemis might be on a weight condition as well. It's not. Interestingly, we used up a bunch of carbon fiber and I removed the Apollo's request to bring more carbon fiber. I'll manually send it back over for now. I'm going to have the Apollo do its carbon fiber thing again after we finish with transporting these eggs, because these eggs are delicate enough for me to not want to risk it. Okay, so boom. Things have shot down. Everything looks good on that front. Accidentally just turned on spoiled priority where it didn't need it, but it doesn't really make a difference. Okay, so... things I have to design for here are making sure that ammo can go into these things somehow. Also keeping symmetry if we can. There is way too few of the normal turrets, I feel. Maybe there's plenty, but it feels like there's way too few. I could use one universal belt for bringing ammo around again. Alternatively, I could mix it up and do dedicated ammo to where that needs to go. Unfortunately, there's no chests on here, but I think we might take advantage of this by adding a bunch of cargo. Because the storage inside was actually like super beneficial. I might do something like this, and that'll give us like a dramatically bigger storage size. I don't believe we can pull from cargo base. Keeping that in mind, We will only be able to pull from this area here. Not even that one, I think. No, that one does count. Things we'll need is a setup for fluids. Are we going to use chemical plants, or are we going to use... I guess we can bring up our singular cryogenic plant, too. Looks like you can't do space fluids in there. So chemical plants are going to be the play anyways. I'm going to peek the Artemis's setup. It's just 3 chemical plants. Maybe want it to be more. Perhaps Tiddly. Because the thing is we're certainly going to want more. Low power? Wait, what? Why is this making like no power? Why have I've been having so many power issues today? Why is this only 20 megawatts? Surely this should make more than 20 megawatts. Or maybe it's always made 20 megawatts? I mean, it is only 4 steam turbines, so that actually makes sense. Huh. I never realized the Artemis was struggling on power. Fascinating. That could certainly cause trouble when going through and everything's running. I guess that's even more incentive for us to update this one with the fancier setup. So let's look at Firefly. I'm going to manually... I guess I'll request the thing since it doesn't seem like it wants to send the cryogenic plant on its own. I'll manually send up one of these ones. We're not doing any science. We should definitely be doing something. There's always time to be doing something. I'm thinking things like laser weapon damage and stuff may be pertinent now. We hadn't really done it before. But anything to help the ship is the dream. Anything that's going to help us save resources in the long run is definitely going to be what we need to focus for the time being. Because, like, this is a marathon, not a sprint, right? I don't remember the distance, but I think it's fairly big. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. This is 100 kilometers. For perspective, we do 30 from Fulgora to Aquilo, and that's already spicy. So this is going to be, like, a real challenge. We're going to need 3 times as much efficiency. Give or take. The important thing is the fuel is a real issue for us right now. I'm gonna assume I have the chemical plant on me, or the I have 2 cryogenic plants. Okay, cool. I don't know why I have 2, but we will send up one to Firefly, the old Fimberfloof. And then we can see what we're going to do with this. It can actually, we should definitely send up more than one. Holy cow, we should send up a bunch? Wait. I didn't realize how useful those were going to be. I don't think it can do coal liquefaction or coal synthesis, though. But it can make explosives, which I didn't remember being capable of doing, which is definitely a necessity. So we need explosives. We're not doing carbon. Not doing sulfur. Okay, maybe we don't need as many as I thought, but we definitely want... at least 2. There's no reason to not do the explosives in this. That's a real blunder if we don't. Which is to say, I should have just shot up 2 and been like, oh, I could always shoot it back down, which is what normally I do, but I didn't put that together this time, so we will deliver that one up. Looks like we have a few extra on the planet anyways. Okay, so we want one making explosives and one cooling hot fluoroketone. And I don't think there's anything else we really need from them, from what I can tell. But these are like 2 necessities, if you will. I guess I'll make our power towards the southern side like I do traditionally. Or have done previously, I guess is more apt. We will need some solar panels as well. I don't know if there's a way to jumpstart it without solar panels. So weird that it'll like, oh, I guess it's just sending up a stack of 50. I was like, why is it sending solar panels but wouldn't send other things? Because it just doesn't want to waste a rocket. That was a very quick research for us. This one will be quite a bit longer, but projectile damage 11 will be quite nice to have, I imagine. So let us work on setting up our power plant down here. Oh yeah, we have so much space. Something interesting is I think we have to send up some fluoroketone to start, which I know we have barrels somewhere. I believe there's 6 barrels left here. I hope that's enough. Because I think we need to have at least some in there to begin the process. I don't know how much it's going to be, though. It consumes 4 per second, so in theory, that 60 might be enough to get it started, hopefully. Leva is nearly done with its improvements, which is quite nice to see. Here's like any attacks that have hit us as well have been minor enough where we haven't gotten indicated of something breaking, so hopefully Gleba will stay really healthy. I'm super happy with it, genuinely. Just a few fixes and then everything's looking quite nice. Looks like we're backing up on processing units now as well. So win-win for us. Which means we're probably going to be okay to start making efficiency modules. Which I can see having some real merit on this spaceship, actually. It's not pulling processing units because this chest is requesting them. I don't want to run out of processing units, but I'm assuming since our base is like good now, we won't run out. But I'm going to switch that chest over so it'll stop requesting that. That was just a requester for when I dropped some down when everything broke. Oh, heck. I've been, making excess of these plants. Not the end of the world or anything. But, I don't really want to make any more right now, so we'll just leave it at 9. Okay, Gleba's looking good. The inductor has picked up that fluoroketone. It has indeed. It's full on stuff, so I'm going to send it back to Novice and then dropping down that cold fluoroketone, and hopefully that'll be enough to just start the system altogether. It might not be, but I'm optimistic that it will be. I like that there's been a reason for barreling things in my playthrough. Traditionally, I feel like that doesn't happen super often for me. Oh my god, I hate that. Okay, so how can we make this look good? Or if nothing else, take up minimal space. I need the output still to be available, though. I really wish that these could smooch on the side. That'd be so convenient. I can have them come off different sides, maybe? Maybe that's the play. I don't hate that. I really wish these were the same size. That actually, like, goes right through me. think what we're gonna do is this. And just set up a few things like this. They're very compact. I really hate this though. Are you not sending any up because I forgot to send them down, or because you say there's not enough to fill our rockets? Because there's not enough to fill one rocket, and I would like to do that myself then, so we'll go ahead and request those two over to us. Then we'll send those up ourselves. I wish our turrets had slightly more range. I should really start making quality ones, because like I could put some like here too, but it just gets so close to the danger zone that I don't know. I mean, it's probably better to put them here than to not put them here. Now for the fun part. Trying to make this look okay. Oh, you're already collecting stuff. Good on you. I forgot that you're functioning. Okay, so surely I have these on me by now. I sure do. Really, like, even if we determine we need more power, my important thing is that I want to be able to just make it seaworthy so it can go fly around and grab what it wants. Looks like Gleba is almost done with what it needs, and then I'm going to turn off those eggs. I feel like our eggs are trending towards spoiling before being used by like a minute every time or two. It's a little bit unfortunate. You know what I'm going to do, actually? I might just burn this batch. Hey? Oh, I see. It just takes a while to burn. And then we'll just grab a fresh one for the next Gleba trip. I can't turn the egg machine now because then it'll throw eggs on the ground. Although I guess I'm in the area, so it's not that big of a deal. Okay, we can turn that back on automatic because I believe I sent up the things. Why do these pipes look so weird? Why aren't you piping? Something's wrong. Maybe it's because it's not producing any plasma yet. Makes a crazy sound when you click off it, though. Oh, can you not do that as a prank? I didn't realize you'd start pulling stuff out already. I need a fluid thingy storage tank. It's going to be a temporary one. Plasma too hot for pipes. Are they? Is that the case? Okay. I didn't realize that was a thing. Okay, well, makes the design a little less smooth, but that's okay. Doesn't change anything too meaningfully. That's so weird. Ooh, I kind of like how that looks a lot, though. Hold on. I'm even going to put a pipe there to make me feel better about myself. I know that pipe is too lumpy. I do like this, though. Okay, so then you should, in theory... You have so much storage. I'm going to actually remove your back storages, I think. Oh, this works like this. Okay. I knew not. That's cool. So we're going to empty some cold fluoroketone here. Just have this like this for now. Actually, I should have clicked that first. Fluoroketone. Cold. We don't have any here? I know why we don't have any here. Because we have fluoroketone that just emptied itself here. It makes sense. I wasn't paying enough attention. I forgot that we left this up. I assume it's here. Indeed it is. Good news is we have some fluoroketone available very easily for us to take advantage of in this container. Bad news, we wasted a little bit doing that. Good news, super easy to fix. Whoa. Oh, because this is a requester chest. Okay, stop what you're doing. Alright, we just barreled basically all of our fluoroketone. Not really what I wanted to do, but it's good enough. Can't believe plasma's too hot for a pipe. They should give us pipe upgrades. My lithium pipe. Miko, lithium wouldn't make a good pipe. Have you tried? That's what I thought. Sorry for lashing out at you that one time. That was really uncool of me. Yeah, we'll just send up this much. That's fine. I lied. I don't want to send up that much. We're not going to need anything for populating a planet. That's like the big thing here. I don't know why I'd send up some rockets right now. I guess some fancy schmancy productivity modules. May as well send up some of those. I feel like they're going to have some use. Okay, the Apollo has much fresher eggs now. It's okay, I was being very rude. No. Sometimes I just lash out at everything around me. It's a real problem. Kind of like this. Looks like a boomerang. Like one of those S's you would draw in school that no one seems to know the origin of. Okay, so... we have unbarreled fluoroketone cold. I don't think I sent up any underground pipes. So we will be getting some. We're going to need some anyway, so it's certainly not like a loss. Plus, I can design this without wasting any fuel, which is a nice boon. I haven't actually sent up the power cells yet either. I should do that. This time I can just have Firefly request. I tipped in a kilo. Gosh, I'm really out of it. Fusion. Look for 100 of them from Novice. These ones should manually come, or automatically, which is the opposite of manual. So kind of messed up that I did squander the one, like, easy thing there. Did this already set up? It did. Heck. I was thinking about moving this, but it's a little bit late now. I guess I could technically pump it back into there, but this location's fine. I don't mind it that much. But I kind of do a lot. But I don't know if I can successfully pump it out or not. I'm going to try to. Okay, so let's look back at things as a whole here. We might want multiple crushers. Alternatively, crushers can take modules, so I can always speed 3. Like everything, if it doesn't have a module, I feel like I've failed in my design. My thought process was that maybe I'll use 2 different lines here. One ammo one so I can saturate the ammo one heavier. And then a separate one for the asteroid processing. I know last time I had one big sushi belt, but I'm thinking that maybe I'll keep it a little different this time. I can still do the sushi belt, but I would need to stick this out a little bit to make it work, which I don't think would be that bad. Certainly subject to change, though. I might change my mind. I got, like, none of the fluoroketone out of it at all. Alright, fine. You win. I literally got 0 out of it. Simply a difference in skill. Okay, so there's fluoroketone in the system here. So in theory, I should be able to turn this bad boy on whenever. Okay, this produces a small amount. And then we'll transfer it. Cool. Looks like we're good. I hope. It looks good. We're not using much power, mind you. We now have 102 megawatts, which feels like way too little, to be honest. So I'm a little bit nervous about that, but it's at least enough to get things going. Considering the Artemis was running... I mean, the Artemis also didn't have as much of a demand for power. The railguns take so much. 23 megawatts, so it's an improvement, but is it going to be enough? It is certainly alive, if nothing else. Keeping in mind that, like, the fuel we use is extremely slow, but we will need to eventually get more fuel for it. So time isn't necessarily of the essence, but now I can test to see how things work without having too much stress, which is my goal. So my thought process with this was that... Yeah, we're going to go ahead and need a bunch more belts. I'm going to start building. That I could maybe have like little clusters like this that come out. No, those will end up on the same spot again. I guess I could just have a splitter. Eh? Okay, just novice. It's not a big deal. So those will be on this side, the inner side of the belt. Those will be on that side. So these will then combine into one saturated belt of stuff. I don't know if that's necessarily worth it, but I like how this looks in theory, so I'm going to work with it for now. It is a very stark contrast to what we were doing before. But I think there's potentially some merit in it in the sense of space, but maybe it's just overkill. Holy cow, it's so much space. My thought was that if we can craft ammo quick enough that we won't need quite as much of a buffer if we have things like more concisely established, you know? We will need to intersperse more things defensively along the ship. I'm hoping that the huge ones will never be an issue, but they still might be. But I'm hoping that with this much range, they won't be. Because we're going to certainly need to put these around the ship. Learned that questionably the hard way. Something I could do is like clusters like this every now and then. I feel like that's overkill, how close those are. I feel like this is probably more apt to what we were looking for. It's a lot of asteroid collectors, but we're gonna need a lot of supplies. So maybe it'll be fine. I don't know, I like it in theory. It's an interesting concept. It does take a good chunk of space off the sides compared to what I was doing before. Then I could just have undergrounds here that feed through to there. What's my processing going to look like? I think is a good place to start. I'm going to just move all this stuff down for now. If I did this too, I think I'd be forced to do like combining every step. It's in the end of the world or anything. I'm not gonna have a way to feed the turrets ammo either, or the gun turrets. How are these 3 wide? These are 3 wide actually, so I can technically do that and make it work. If I do it like this instead. But those are just gonna put it on the same side, so it doesn't matter anymore if I do that. I need at least one placing it in a weird way. I think is this one that ends up on the inside of the belt. I guess I can see. I tried to pay attention, but I did not pay any attention. Which is really unfortunate for someone trying to test something. My one concern is the Artemis running green belts? It is. My one concern is that we end up in a position where our belts are saturated with garbage. I really, really, really don't want that to happen. If everything backs up, we could run out of a precious resource, which is very important. But this takes up so much space. I don't like it. I'm changing it. I like the eloquence of our original designs. We have the ammo on the outer side. Again, stack inserters is something that I need to really just start appreciating. For now, I need to set up something here that's just yeeting out all of the extra asteroid stuff. Wish I could set all of them at once. That's okay. Surely we're not getting Promethium chunks here. Oh, actually, none of it's going there. I thought if I was picking up the belts, it would have consumed it, but it doesn't look like it did. Okay, physical projectile damage 10 is done. Maybe electric weapons would be good here. I really haven't used them literally at all. What other upgrades can we take for this specifically? Another round of projectile damage. Rocket part productivity. If we have the juice for it, we may as well work on that one. It's a little bit expensive, but I think it's probably a good idea to go for. Nice thing about this is I can copy this part and just slam it down. Honestly, that one's a little bit annoying. It's going to be a lot more normalized when I do the rest of them. I like how wiggly it gets, to be honest. Maybe that's a blunder, but I just think it's neat. Nice that the game identifies that like I'm putting down a connection to the belt, so it's not trying to underground it or anything. I don't know how many collectors we're gonna need. I'm really like guessing on this one. These belts are obviously gonna be going the wrong way because I copied from the other side. The belts really like keeping their direction even if I flip everything else. My thought process is we're going to need a lot of materials, and if I set up speed modules on everything, which I think speed 3s are going to be the play in a lot of situations unless we push our power too far, but if we push our power too far, I think I'm going to just grab more reactors, to be honest. But my thought process is that we're going to need a lot of collectors to be able to grab everything. I really started to enjoy making ship designs, but this one feels so more stressful than the other ones. Maybe the other ones just felt stressful at the time and I didn't think about it. This does allow me to fit rocket turrets. I should copy paste them deliberately. I can just copy paste them like this and it'll be a nice little interspersed mess. Alternatively, I can put them on the outer side of the belt too. Don't know which one I want to do yet, to be honest, but I'm going to just send it on these ones for now. I should just make it by hand. That looks right. Yeah, we'll just copy that design a few times. Now, kind of a boon in a way is having extra of these turrets around just gives us more luxury for like effectively storing ammo in a way. So I'm also going to just call for stack inserters because those are completely necessary. I'm gonna call for 59 so it'll force 2 rockets. So how far should I have this go down? Catching a shot on the bottom of the rocket would be really bad, but I almost wish that I maybe I should just cut off part of the bottom of the rocket. It's not so necessary. How many thrusters do we need to do this time? I thought you could flip thrusters for some reason. No, that makes sense. I think we had 7 normally. I was counting these until I said that, and now I lost count. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Makes sense since it's a little bit bigger than it was before. I think we might go for 11. 11's my lucky number, and it widens our ship slightly, but I think it's worth it. May as well commit to it. I think unless there's like a valid reason, I'm going to just move this up. I really wish that I didn't put this here. I can move this back a little bit. Oh, it looks like Leba's done. So going to have the Apollo. It can drop off one more set of eggs just in case we want them in the future. And it'll process them. But I'm going to have Novice stop collecting those extra eggs for now. Let's turn on a request for eggs suddenly. Because that is currently sitting in my Spidertron. They just casually put a biter egg in my Spidertron with no hesitation. Where are you bringing this? You could just put it in the... This is your tax money hard at work. What, did you run out of energy on the way? I gotta take a lunch break before bringing the biter egg back after bringing it on a trip. I know. Miko, you told it what to do. Yeah, my bad. Okay, cool. Are we no longer making prod 2s? Did something break up the line? Sure heckin' did. Might just unlimit this box, to be honest. We're not using circuits for much anything else. Okay, so the Artemis. I remember I did something like this. I just wanted to peek at what the design was like. I'm still going to make it from scratch on the Firefly. From scratch is like a kind of bold way to say what I'm trying to say, though. My engines, they have been filled with nasty hot fluoroketone. I don't think it's the end of the world, but man, I'm really feeling regretty spaghetti about where I put that. It still has fluoroketone in it? Get it out of there. You've gone mad. Have you lost your mind, Arthas? Oh my god, they have... Like, actually, they have... No, there's no way there's actually fluoroketone in here. I'm gonna just take this all down and replace it. It's losing its mind. There's totally not fluoroketone, but... Is this the right place? No, there it is. What, one of my thrusters is gone? What happened to it? I can't believe that it actually was in the thrusters. I figured because it couldn't take the fluid, it wouldn't go store it in the thruster, but I guess it was. Evil thrusters. You no longer have control of where they're going. They decide where they're going. You're just along for the ride. Kind of love that, actually. So my thought process was something like this. So that way, this is like really eloquent. There's no way this actually works. Okay, so it does work, but it doesn't work fully. I didn't plug in the sides yet. Certainly a necessity. It's angry because it doesn't have any floor there. Cool. So now everything is connected and these are on their own lines. So I can plug in the fuel right here just fine. It's not as compact as the other one, but I still don't mind it. Okay, so... I believe our only options for making the fuel is in a chemical plant, so we can't make it in one of our fancy schmancy cryo labs, cryogenic facilities. Surely it's a lab. Cryogenic plant. That's right, I was testing you to see if you remembered if it was a plant or not. It is a plant. I think that this time we're going to go a little wackier with the fuel than we did previously. Because while that worked initially, it's not going to work now. Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's not going to be capable of doing what we want. So this consumes up to 120 per second and we have 11 of them. That puts us at what? 1320? No, that's not right. No, it is right. Yeah, 1320 per second. These produce 150 per second. Which means that 2 of these produce 300 per second. Am I screwed? I feel like I'm losing my mind. We're gonna need so many of these. Like, that feels wrong. I need 8 of these to keep going at all times? There's no way that's right. I guess I can speed module and stuff. Calculator says 8.8 chem plants for each, if not modules. Oh my god. This is just so hard. Oh my god. Hello, stack inserters. Nice to see you. Maybe we need even more space. I mean, maybe not. This part should be compact, but what I'm thinking about, or at least a lot of what I'm considering now, is like, we're gonna have to make a crazy amount of water. I guess it doesn't use that much water. It does use 160 water per second. So I'll need 8 things melting ice to perfectly keep up. I guess that makes sense. This is crazy. This is way spicier than I expected. Okay, and how do we get... I'm using water for fission power. That's true. That is a nice spoon. How do we get 8 ice per second? This produces 0.84 ice per second. I feel like I'm losing my mind. This feels impossible. I know it's not impossible. Probably. Surely it's not impossible. This produces 0.14 or 3.5 ice per second. So I'm definitely going to want to do this, I think. A lot of circuit conditions, I think, is going to be the play here. Holy cow. Okay, so if this is 1 ice per second, we need 8 ice per second to feed these. This makes 3.5. This makes 0.8. So even with that... this covers it properly. This covers it slightly less. This covers it properly. So I'm guessing what they intend for me to do is this. This puts me above that 8.8 expected line. Now, granted, keep in mind, we can probably use modules to cut down on the total machines running if we want to. I definitely need to like visualize a lot of this now. Goodness, I had no idea this was going to be so intense. How many fuel cells have we used up? It's a little bit hard to tell. Like none. Which is great. Holy moly, though. I think we might need a bigger ship. I mean, maybe not. Maybe I can make things compact enough. I'm really traught about needing... like, every ship design I made up until now used one of these, not 8. Granted, like... but I don't want to, like... I was like, maybe I could, like, cut it down and we can just, like, barely push over the finish line. But no, I want to make sure that we're, like, good to go. All right, let's look at the calcite demand. It's 0.1 per second. So we'll say 1.6 calcite per second, assuming that 0.1 is not rounded down. So that lines up to this, okay. However, we also have a separate calcite demand here, which is 0.12 per second for each of these machines. So that's 0.24 taken for those. Yeah, so it looks like this will be sufficient. Because we produce 1 calcite per second here. This requires 1/4 of a calcite per second. But that's assuming that this is, like, fine, which I got a funny feeling it's not going to be, with how every other number's been looking. This produces 1.12 iron ore per second. Or copper ore. Sorry, I was looking at the copper, not the iron. This can consume 6.25 per second to always be up. I don't know if it's always going to be up. This is what's confusing to me. Or at least part of what's confusing. There may be downtime where we consume less ammo than we spend. So this part confuses me a little bit. If nothing else, I think this ice is completely non-negotiable, and I think that the calcite production is also non-negotiable. So let's look at explosives for a second. Our demand for explosives is going to be very strange. I don't know how much we're going to consume per shot. But we have the railguns, which need 2 each, and I want to say the rocketers need 1 each per shot. We need a lot of explosives. I don't know if we're going to produce enough coal on its own. I'm thinking these are going to have to both be coal production. Coal synthesis puts a stress on carbon. I assume I'm going to need 2 of these. If this is always running, I'm going to look at these just with the mindset of it needs to be running at all times. This produces 0.5 per second, so this can just feed the one machine on its own with no modules or anything. This will make 1 explosive per second, which is a pretty decent amount of explosives per second. I don't know if it'll be enough, but 1 machine to 1 is actually fine here, surprisingly. This makes 0.56 sulfur per second, which is only used for my explosives, as well as 1.4 carbon per second. The carbon is used for several steps to my memory. I want to say it's crafters we have to do for this step. Okay, so railgun ammo is steel plates, rockets, copper cables. Spoken for, done. Rockets are rocket iron plate. This makes 0.5 per second, so we're definitely going to need a bunch of these or a lot of speed on them. I could, in theory, make red ammo now. I don't think I'm going to. I feel like the steel and copper goes much better to the other things. Maybe I'm mistaken in that assessment, but that's what my gut feeling is right now, so I'm going to act on that for the moment. So, I have 1 per second rockets to spend. This consumes 0.3 per second and produces, or explosives I should say, produces 0.3 rockets per second. This can take a boatload of modules, so I can probably ramp it up, but keep in mind I'll need to... Maybe it's better to speed the crap out of this and then use multiple machines for this. I want to make sure our ratios fit the best we can. We are going to need multiple railgun ammo makers. 4 of these will use 1 steel per second. We produce 2.25 steel per second. So we could switch to red ammo because there's like excess steel currently, but we're going to need a whole extra foundry, which we can certainly support making copper plates. I did say that, like, I should use every advantage I can get. But that is a lot more obnoxious to make. But it is better. I don't know if we need the firearm damage or not. I mean, we do run out of firearm damage or ammunition when we go traditionally. I guess I'll go for it. I'm reluctant on this one. Of all the things, this one feels like it's like such a marginal upgrade for how much more it takes that it might not be worth it. So I'm in the air about this one because we're looking at 5 iron plates for 1.25 per second. This takes 0.41 of them, so we could fit 3 of them per 1 machine to make 0.41 per second. So this is like dramatically slower too. It's going to take up so much area. Like, think about it pragmatically. This is making 1.25 per second. Each one of these bullets hits for 5 plus 9 physical. This is making 1 every 0.41 seconds, and it hits for 8 plus 14.4 physical. So, like, Well, we're looking at 14 total plus versus 22 total. But we produce these dramatically faster. I think it's better to just produce these with stack inserters and then have them be. I'm going to pull out of that idea. Finished rocket part productivity 3, which is quite nice. I didn't think we were going to have the science for that, but I guess everything goes. Very, very useful science for getting everything running. So I'm pretty happy to see that one pop out. I'm so tempted to go for Stronger Explosive 13, but it takes 64,000 science, which is quite spicy. Let's take rocket fuel productivity, I suppose. You know what? We're doing too many of those. It's just because it has Gleba science. I need to stop doing those just because it's Gleba. Let's do plastic science productivity instead. I think that's pretty useful in general. So we're also going to need to produce... No, we don't need to produce sulfur, right? Sulfur just comes out of the sky here, I think. Cool, we don't need to produce sulfur. So if I'm making 5 of these, 4 of these is 0.4 rockets per second. But this only outputs 1 rocket every 1/5 of a second. Or, sorry, that's way faster than I meant. Every 5 seconds puts out 1 rocket. I have to imagine that's way too slow. Unless we have a really big buffer. I don't know how quickly we're going to be burning through them. I feel like it's got to be more. I could just figure it out math-wise. Speed modules are 50% speed up. Which means this should be fine, because this will be... assuming there's no limit on it, 400% faster. Oh no, this won't be enough then. We would need 1 more machine if that was the case. This feels dramatically more complex than the other ships I was working on. I mean, it makes sense. This is like our one of our final challenges, you know? So it's got to be something good. I'm glad our fission power doesn't rip through and consume too quickly. I'm really concerned about the total area this is going to take up. Because that is a lot. I could make 1 on each side, maybe. That could be a good boon for us. Thinking it's going to be one of those like underground designs we do sometimes. We're going to need water, which we'll either do on the inside or the outside. I'm thinking the outside for once. So we need carbon and calcite. It's better to keep them on different belts, I think. I don't love this design. I do have an interesting thought in mind, though. What if we do something like this? Pros, it saves on piping for the water. Cons, I have no idea how we're going to get things in. But this is like fairly compact compared to what I was about to do. So I'm going to try and build with this in mind. Okay, whoops, don't do that. So currently it needs to take in like very few carbon per second, so we can potentially use long-handed inserters if we need to. Let me do the piping first so I'm not disappointed later. Okay, I have an idea. My thought process here is to minimize space. We can always make the ship bigger. But stuff like this is cool and saves a good chunk of space. Boom. So all of our piping is now condensed and we can combine it from anywhere. But all the piping is not touching. But it will be in a second. Okay, no, that's not going to work because I need that to output. It can work if I do it farther away. Every inch I spend here is kind of unfortunate, though. How is this going to feed if it's taking from both? I don't know. It's so confusing. I could put both on a belt. These move 60 items per second. That should be fine. In theory. Putting both on a belt sounds kind of annoying, but if it'll save me a lot of space, I'll do it. Okay, so that all connects there. I want to make this homogenized. I could make it a closed loop too. And just have it eat out any extra if it reads that the belt's full. I like that conceptually. Okay, so we put both on both sides of the belt. You can have a splitter go into it. Feeding in carbon and calcite. Granted, we need to put carbon and calcite in the same belt, which is a little bit annoying, but probably not that bad. Where else is carbon needed? You need carbon too. You need 6.25 carbon per second. Oh my god. My bad. I did want to see how bad this was. Makes 5 per second. We can speed module like literally everything, but it won't matter if we don't have the actual throughput coming from meteors, so we should keep this in mind. These cannot be moduled, it looks like. How much do you need normally? So 0.25. Still, the idea is going to be, I think we're going to want at least one normal and then one not normal. Except maybe this one. This one might be fine. We might not be iron conked, but we also might be iron conked. But I'm certainly going to go with the idea that we're going to need many of these. Okay, that looks better. Like, we have an okay amount of space up there. I think I'm going to start building it more like vertically than horizontally like I have previously. So, input calcite and carbon here. Whoops. They go into a closed loop. Oh, actually, this is really clever. So what I can do is I can set output side. I want it to read signals. Okay, we may need a combinator for it. My thought process was once it says that there's enough here, it'll switch. Oh, no, we don't need this. Okay, great. So we can do, oh, it's going to be tough, though. I was going to check for the carbon specifically. But if it's like carbon's greater than like 200 or something, then it'll output priority left or less than. And then it'll turn it off whenever that's like the case. You know what I mean? Like this might not work, but I like it in theory. Then it can just dump off the side. Alternatively, no. I can make this a lot simpler. A lot more efficient too. I think that I will focus on... Like, if I make all of the stuff... Oh, I was like, what the heck is happening? Why are you sending a bunch of junk? Okay. I don't know why you opted to shoot all that stuff down, but that's fine. If I put it like here... Plastic bar productivity is done. So let's research something else in the meantime as well. Always be researching. Oh, cool. There was something else anyways. This design might suck, but it also might not, which is a nice thought, I guess. So what I'm thinking is... we can just rip it straight from the belt. So if we design it on the edge of it, like here, granted, we have to be a little bit careful because we're not going to be able to have explosives right here. We can just trim it right here. That way, as soon as these things read, oh, there's way too much, immediately throws any excess off. Probably won't happen super frequently, but it's a nice setup where we can just have our off put in the same spot. We need the pipes to come down here anyway, so it's like a win-win for us, in theory at least. Practice to be determined. But I like this in concept. It's a nice little loop. We can plug the water in really easily. All of the fluid is not currently connected, but if it was, it would probably feel really good and it'd feel like I accomplished something. But since it's not, it just feels awful. But, you know, the dopamine, if it did, would have been off the charts. Being a little bit dramatic, you got me on that one. Oh my god, the red fuel is actually already down there too. No way. Ah, okay, it can't underground here. My plan doesn't work. I see. That's why nothing is working. Heck. I might burst that bubble. Oh no. This does not work. Pipes cannot go over nothing. I kind of forgot that this was a Euclidean situation we were working with. That was my bad. Oh no, they're not bi-directional. Heck, I was really hoping that would be fine. They don't have the double arrows. I looked at this and I was like, that looks good. Damn. Well, better to learn this now than later. I appreciate it. Ah, it would have been so nice to save so much space like that too. Why can't they be like thrusters? I'd give up the ability to rotate them. They would be more like thrusters. Back to the drawing board. How are we going to get water in a way that doesn't suck? I mean, I can go back to my original design, and it just feels like it takes up so much space. Maybe it takes up less than I'm giving it credit for. Especially with the idea that we're putting both on the same belt, I don't hate it as much as I did before. Maybe I'll try that instead. So Gravi's here. This is certainly facing the wrong way, but that's okay. It's longer, but honestly, I don't hate it. It seems like it's okay. Rotate these so they're gonna function. I haven't done the piping yet either. The piping might still suck, but I got a funny feeling it's gonna be a lot more bearable. No, it'll be super easy now. I just want to save as much space as I can. I don't think that this is the play. I think going on the outside like my initial plan was is the way to go. We'll do something similar to what we did down here. It's bigger than I would like, but I know someone that lives by the mantra that bigger is always better, so I'll have to channel their energy. Imagine though if that other design would have worked. Oh, you'd have been living in the light. I do like this though. There's something to be said about the weird Jacob's ladder spider design that's coming from this. So these are all connected. These are all connected. These are all connected. These are all connected. Great. It means that we can copy this for the other one as well. It takes up a pretty crazy amount of space though. Ugh. But I do like it. I guess I don't need those ones either. Gonna do it again? Oh no. What did I mess up this time? Surely this looks fine. There's a gap between the pipes, no need for the undergrounds. Which undergrounds? These ones? Or... Oh, doesn't even need to be an underground. What the heck are you doing over there? I was just thinking the undergrounds looked nice. Belts. Interesting. So you mean the prospect of sliding them through? Big compactor with the belt where the pipes are. Belts where the pipes are. You mean outputting like this instead? Maybe? Or inputting like this instead? Oh, that's clever. Right? No, wait, does that change anything? I kind of like it regardless. But the belt's where the pipes are. I do like that in theory. And then I can... No, because if I put the pipes in the middle, that has the same effect of its size. I guess I could have these go through the middle instead, maybe? But then that's still the same width. If I'm feeding from the side, it's certainly going to be too far from... or it's the same width. Space is definitely going to be an issue though, so I'm willing to try whatever. I do like how these go together though. But now the middle feels so empty. Maybe I can have... Well, no, see if I have the water go there, it doesn't change anything. I guess maybe it does change something if I have the water go there. Right? Because then I can smack this up a little bit. And then I can have the water go through the middle. Does that work? I'm doing some real cursed belt food today. No, because that'll connect already. I really like this in concept though. It just looks really nice. I need to keep in mind that these aren't connected though, so that's probably a necessity. I guess it's not a necessity. Depends on how they're spaced, I suppose. This is good though, because that way I only need one off-put for them. So I do like this as an improvement. I need to set this back up again too. Spent countless hours trying things, but now you're cooking. I feel like there's something in the oven right now. I don't know if it's going to come out edible, but it's certainly like there's something happening. Total quality is to be determined. But I like it. Why is this so crunchy over here? It's just crunchy because I didn't move this over here. Alright, cool. I can't believe, like, genuinely speaking, I am so shocked. Like, this is what ran my ships. This was some productivity modules. It was enough to run every ship until now. Why am I making one with 8? I know we need it, but like, damn, this ship is going to be a heck of a ship. That's for gosh darn sure. My goodness. I didn't know what was involved in this witchcraft. It's apparently quite a bit. Cool. So that can just plug into red wherever now. I like that. Takes up a pretty big amount of space. I do think that we're going to have to face the unfortunate reality that we're going to have to suck it up and make the ship bigger, though. We do have some real estate left, but I know a good chunk of it's going to get used up there. Even just a few more blocks in either direction, I think will be a nice boon. It sort of fits over here, but not quite. I wish I didn't put down my stupid fusion reactor already. I should have waited. I should have at least made it symmetrical. It's in such a dumb spot, but I don't have the fluoroketone to restart it right now, and I'm lazy, which is the real issue here. Maybe I could store the fluoroketone. Are we slightly positive, or is it a perfect closed loop? It's like a perfect loop, okay. I assume. Produces 4. It has less than 500, but I assume it's just because some of it's like being used. It's true that we do use hot to start it now. That's a good point. I had shipped up cold to turn it on the first time. We could certainly use hot. I would just love to move it to the left a little bit. I don't even think it would fit perfectly. But I think that the moment I try to move it, it turns off, which is unfork knife. Actually, we might have some more fuel. I think we might have some more barreled somewhere. Oh, we totally have some barreled there. That's probably enough to turn it on. I think I'm going to move it. But if I move it, everything's going to turn off. And then I might move it again later, which is like just as bad. I'm gonna leave it for now. I mean, it doesn't really matter if things are on or off, I guess. It just feels like a waste of a fusion power cell, which does bother me. So I'm gonna just leave it for the moment. Can I fit multiple of these in one area is the question of the day. Okay, that kind of fits there. It makes me feel slightly better. It's not exactly where I want it, but it doesn't exactly poke anything else right now. I did know thrusters were bidirectional. That's why I thought the double arrow thing was the right thing. Did I set this up weird? I thought this was okay. Maybe I could have saved some space somewhere, though. At least with my other ones, I had it a lot more compact. What did I do over here? Oh, I actually like that. I didn't realize I did that before. Past me was cooking something. I keep clicking a kilo thinking it's the firefly. I should put these inside. Keep them tucked away. Surprise for later. Space is so important here. I guess it makes sense since it's like literally space, but you know, who's counting? Oh, I like that. Saves us a little bit at least. The blue plugs in over here, the orange plugs in pretty much over here, but wherever. Okay, let's change these over to blue just for my own visualization. So that's the oxidizer. Okay, is everything still connected? It's good. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, so here's my complaint right now. I want to make the spaceship longer, but I want to like just move the space platform hub down. Unfortunately, I guess it's not really a big deal. That doesn't change anything. I want it to be longer. I think this is the best way to accomplish that. I don't know how much longer I want it to be. That might be too much. But I don't want the hub moving anymore. Is this your Prometheum ship? This is my Shattered Planet, I guess, ship. I've never been to before, and I heard it was nice this time of year. So I figured I would peruse my way down there. I should have destroyed that. I don't know why I didn't. What am I doing? Stop, Miko. You're destroying everything. No. Whoa. Chemical plants look crazy when you don't see something on them. I'm gonna have to touch up a little bit of the design. There we go. I've been about 40 times as lovely. I'm glad to hear, because I was a little like reluctant when I was putting in my reservation for it, when they told me I had to bring like the most powerful spaceship known to mankind. But I was like, you know what? I don't treat me. I think it's time for me to go out and treat me for once. I do my best to take care of everyone else, because, you know, I like to think I'm a pretty kind-hearted person. And I think it's time to, you know, treat myself for once. Okay, I love this. This is nice. Putting this above the space platform hub makes my dopamine receptors, like, they're kicking. They are straight firing right now. I like that for me. I know that this part is disconnected from here. We'll just move it up for now. Plastic bar productivity. The water is like low-key trapped right now. Like, we can take it out easily, but I didn't realize that it was so compacted in. Okay, so how are we making water? Good question. I'm imagining it's going to be similar to this. How much water do we need? Probably a lot more than I'm willing to make, but we're going to find out. Okay, so water. Can we make ice melting in a cryo plant? I think we can, right? Can we really not? Huh. I feel like a cryo plant would be good for it handling ice, but no big deal. So 1 ice equals 20 water. How much water do we need? A tremendous amount, right? 150... Well, no, this only takes 10 per second. So 80, 160 water per second. This produces 20 water per second, which means we need 8. We learned that before. Okay. So I could just do a similar setup, but a much smaller one, I guess? You know what could be kind of fun is to have it like this. Not that many of them, though. I don't think we need that much water. So this is enough to feed this side. Because this needs... Each one of these feeds 2 of these. Simple, easy. So I don't necessarily need the water to be anywhere particular as long as it can feed in somewhere. We're going to need a crap load of ice. We're going to need 8 ice per second for this. Do we need ice for anything else? Preliminarily, no. We're running our fuel without the need for water. How much ice does this produce? I set these up already. Cool. This is 8 ice per second. Did we drop our... Oh, it just dropped a bunch of our stuff. That's unfortunate. I guess that makes sense. I'm a little mad. Mainly because it's not going to fill the 1 required cryogenic plant. Novice, minimum payload 1. Okay, so we need 8 ice per second. We've taken that into account for our processing. This setup is more than 8 per second. How much calcite do we need per second? This is 0.8 and 0.8, so 1.6 calcite per second. This produces over 1. How much does... What is our other thing needed for? It's this. 0.12 is like nothing. Okay, so we're producing plenty of calcites currently. Steam into water better conversion? Is it? Where the heck am I getting the steam from? Boiler? There's no way that's more efficient. I mean, it very well could be. I'm not like doubting, I'm just... I don't know. Consumes 10.3 water per second, outputs 103. Is it with like productivity modules or something? I guess technically you could store it easier in a container, but I'm looking for this ship to be able to make it to the Shattered Planet and ideally back, if possible. There could be value to it, though, that I'm just not understanding. So don't see it as me dismissing it. See it as me not super knowledgeable, I guess. All right, so I'm feeling less and less confident that this belt's going to be good enough. Oh, I could pull multiple ways off of these inserters too. I didn't think about this. We can pull up to 7 times. Or these collectors. So the water just needs to take in ice and then it spits out water. So we don't even have to do anything special about this literally at all. I'm going to just move this up for the sake of space. I think maybe I'll just keep them in line like this to kind of keep the general size of everything. The OST in this background reminds me of the snow level of Halo CE. I haven't played it in a while, but it is very Halo CE coded. So I can see why you would say that. I could certainly make this a lot more compact. I don't know how I want to, though. Oh, you know, I like this almost. Oh, I really like this, actually. Wait. This has me feeling something. Yeah. This is good. This is good stuff. Surprised we have an odd number of green undergrounds. How does that always happen to me? Okay, so can Pipe here, and then Pipe like this. Okay, so these are 20, 40, 60, 80 water per second. These need 80 water per second. I love this design. This design is so cool. Honest to goodness, I think I want to even make it closer. Then the fuel spits out here and here respectively, and that should be enough fuel so that we will just be able to always move at our maximum speed and never run out of fuel, assuming that we have the stuff to supply it. I really like how it came out. It's super cool looking. I think that's probably one of the easier parts of what we are going to do though, so let's strap in for the rest. I also might change it later, but that's okay. Obviously, there's still a lot to do too. We're going to have to filter to throw off anything excess. I really hope we'll have enough stuff. I think we will. We also need more collectors and stuff. It's going to be trial and error. We'll learn. But this system with no beacons or anything is fine. We could, in theory, cut this down in size. We could cut this probably in half with some speed modules, right? So these are 50%. So even if we do 2 of them in each of these, we'll say, or we slap a beacon somewhere, we can scale it down. But I like how it looks for now. It does take up a lot of space, but that's okay. Because honestly, I'm kind of going for style at this point. At least a little bit. So we will need to bring down... I wish I had whatever the heck they're called. I don't think I'm crafting them anywhere. Can I use them like faux though? What are they called? Display something? Perfect. Okay, so we'll change this to ice. Change this over to calcite and iron. So we want 2 of these here. Whoops. These are 60 items per second on the belt, so it should be just fine. We're not using 60 items per second here, not even close. So we'll change this over to calcite. Both sides needs calcite. I think it's carbon, is it? Carbon, perfect. So make that iron. Iron ore, not iron plate, and then carbon. Cool. So that's good. This is a lot less complex, I think. This is just putting calcite plus copper, get out copper. This is putting calcite plus iron, take out... Oh, that's actually super convenient. Wait. That's exactly what we need for our fuel. So we can use that exact same belt without anything. So we're definitely going to want to swap these sides of these ones. So how much does this heat per second? It is 6.25 iron ore and 0.12 calcite per second. That's not an insignificant amount. I'm concerned about feeding the machine at a decent speed, to be honest. Anything that I can like sort of slot together and save space on, I'd like to do. I think maybe I'll do it like this, so that we can afford to have like a few grabby hands grabbing into it. I'll be honest with you, I just felt like I didn't set up inserters on any of these chemical plants, and I was really scared, and I went to go check, and almost all of them were there, but there were some missing, so I'm glad I checked. Okay, so iron and calcite come through here, then go down here. This eats 6.25 per second. The belt will move 60 per second. So it should be fine for more to come through here. We should be able to keep all the calcite and iron on one belt over here. Now, getting the calcite and iron on a belt together is going to be something for sure. Definitely something. However, I would like to do something similar. Whoops. With the copper. Keep in mind too, we also want output here. Presumably they're going upwards. They might not be, but we're going to have them go upward for now. Boom. A little bit of space saved. This is very much Gleba feeling to me so far with that one like lifeline going through the whole base. How is Gleba looking? My beautiful baby. So proud of you, Gleba. You really did so good. Should have gotten rid of that request for Bidrex. That's fine. Is Gleba successfully making these modules? It is. Why has it stopped? Because it accidentally made a fancy schmancy one. I could see efficiency modules being useful, for sure. It's a shame, actually, that we can't put like efficiency modules in the... Maybe I'm overvaluing how much these are going to eat, but I feel like these just are going to eat so much fuel. Maybe a 10 megajoules per shot is not going to add up, but it just feels like it's going to add up. So we need calcite and carbon. This only needs calcite and copper ore, so we're going to need to use the carbon. The carbon, however, is used with these chemical plants here to make coal. So I would like to take the extra calcite from here and bring it down here, and then combine it with the extra carbon from here. So my thought process, oh, we also need water here. Heck, how much water do we need? 0.5 per second. We're going to have to make a separate water maker for these. Does that take into account how much ice we're making? We're making 8.6. This uses up 8. Uses up 9. We're not making enough ice anymore. We can certainly run modules and stuff to fix that. I don't know where I want to run those modules yet, though. I imagine on the calcite. I'm going to preemptively put some in because we're currently behind. I want to use them more for balancing than for anything else. I thought we had speed 3s up here. I'm surprised we don't. Oh, we shot them down. We totally had them. Finished steel plate productivity for... Ba, 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 ba. I don't think we have the cryogenic, I was gonna call it Promethean science, the cryogenic science to keep up with another railgun shooting speed right now. Research productivity seems so cool. I really want to get it. I guess we'll grab scrap productivity. We're not really doing much with the science right now, but it's better to just do something. Okay, so I'm going to assume we're shooting up our modules now. We are indeed. Setting up like how these are going to distribute is also going to be kind of a nightmare. But maybe it won't be so bad if we have them spaced out. So this is making 7 carbon per second. I don't remember the numbers before, so I'm going to have to go through this again. I apologize. This consumes 5 carbon per second. These consume... $1.6 carbon per second. So that puts us at 6.6, which is underneath the amount of carbon we make just with this alone, but certainly not with this. So this looks fine, unless there's carbon being used elsewhere I'm not thinking about, but I think we're good. What about the sulfur? Make 0.56 per second, assuming everything is always running. Each one of these uses 0.5, so we will clearly need to step up that if we're running 2 of them, which I think is the plan, because I think it's 2 to 1 on those ones. It's actually not, it's 1 to 1. Right, I had the second one because I was toying with the idea of speeding it up. So right now this is actually fine. It might not be fine later. Obviously when we have the 0.56 over there, that means there's going to be excess, but we're going to have to plan for excess in a lot of places. Because even with perfect ratios, if we're not firing enough and we're not like creating enough ammo and stuff, this is like aiming for the perfect scenario, but I don't know if we'll always meet that or not. Can we please get that cryogenic plant? Oh, I forgot to ask for the cryogenic plant, my bad. I like how the routing of iron over oxides kind of implicitly prioritizes ammo over fuel phenomena. You see that? I like that idea too. It's very Gleba-y in my mind, where like in Gleba, at least with the splitter's high setup, the main priority is I don't care if we run out of ore. This needs to keep running because everything else turns off. So that like idea of this like trickle down type situation where the most important things will always be prioritized if things go really, really bad. Like if we're like a foot off of the finish line, we'll still have something that'll stop the ship from getting cleaved in half. As long as we can survive in space, it's a W for me. Does anything else need water? This also needs water. This needs 5 water per second. This needs 5 water per second. This produces 20 water per second, so this will be enough to supply the water. However, we will need to, again, deal with that. So that's now making 1.6, putting us at about 10 per second now, which is enough for this. Is that right? 10 per second? How much do these take each? Yeah. Okay, so that puts us in a good spot. That also spits out more calcite, which I'm willing to bet is not going to be a bad thing for us. I haven't run the calcite numbers yet. No, I did before. We don't use that much calcite. Maybe we'll want excess, but it's probably good to have extra calcite. It'll probably be easy to dump. So our ice is good. We do need to set up another ice drop here. So we may as well set up the ice somewhere on this ice line. The calcite's going to be over here anyway, so we'll do our chemical plants and stuff towards the middle here. So it'll be part of the ice line, but we'll separate it. There's an extra pipe there. Yoink. Then we will just... I guess I don't need a copy. I can just do that. It'll be part of the ice line. It'll pick it up, but it'll go its own way up here to feed the... We have 2 cryogenic plants now? Okay, great. I guess the request got 2 of them. That's fine. And then we need 1 more of these for the coal... It's not called carbon. Coal thingy-majiggy. Coal synthesis. Okay, so coal synthesis. This also uses... Sulfur. I forgot what sulfur was called. I clearly need to go like eat or something. This also shows that we need more sulfur than we had, even though I was pretty confident we didn't. We'll have to ramp that up one more. I guess I can also speed module it, technically. Maybe that's a better idea for the sake of space on the secondary ones. These ones turn into 2 every time I speed module one. So for the sake of space, assuming that I can off-put them on a belt fast enough, speed module 3s will save us literally 1 spot each. So there's some value to that. Scrap productivity wraps up there. Happy to see. Okay. So this gets its water. These both need to share carbon and sulfur. I want carbon to come down here specifically. So I'm actually going to swap them around, and I'm going to move everything a little bit. I don't care if the water gets a little bit jank coming down here, but I want it so that these are on the same line. Ideally, we can yoink the carbon off this line and then the calcite off this part here and then combine them by this point. That's the dream, at least. We also need sulfur as well, though. So this is going to be a belt that is carbon. I need calcite there, and then I need sulfur as well. I could have them go underneath, maybe, but I don't know yet. We'll figure that out. I'm really glad I grabbed that extra space. We might even need more, but I'm glad that I just did it instead of was like committed, because I can always just chop it off and bring it back later. All right, so this needs sulfur and copper. I think we're getting a little bit cramped here. I'm not against doing the sulfur and copper higher up or doing this higher up or whatever. Like I'm willing to move if need be. So the copper really just has to go to here. That's worth noting. So the copper just goes here and then can die off. The copper comes from this, which is just splitting iron and copper. So there's no reason to put copper and calcite on the same thing. Calcite comes from the ice one, so that'll also be on its own thing. I could put copper and calcite in its own thing and then just filter, or splitter, I should say, the calcite off specifically. And with our ratios, things should be fine. Really going hard on the ratios this time. Hopefully this will be okay. We'll do output priority left. We'll call for the calcite. And then I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. So we need the sulfur and carbon, which both come from the same output here. This needs 2.5, which is not supplied enough by this. Oh no, it is 2.5. Interestingly enough, it looks like one of these with speed modules, 2.8 and 1.12, is enough to supply this on its own. So I can even create more focused loops too. I don't need sulfur anywhere else, and this carbon can go straight down to here. Interesting. These belts are temporary for now, but I'm just like using them in my mind to figure out exactly what I want. So maybe I don't want that exact focus. Because again, this carbon can come straight down. So maybe I want something like this instead. Subject to change, obviously. This is just like getting an idea of what I want. Since this one thing can feed these perfectly. With the exception of the ice, of course. I don't know how I would feed it yet. I also want the belts to look nice. But I'm going to just connect these so I can look at them. This produces 2.8 and 1.12. Which is just enough to do 2 of these. No, not nearly enough to do 2 of them on its own, actually. Almost 2 of the copper. I feel like I'm making way too much copper and iron. We might need to scale that up. This is some thinking music. I'm grateful for it. So if I move this over here, we'll say. This belt... I'm going to remove these notes because we know what this belt's going to be now. This belt can fully feed these 2. This is just done. This feeds to this. This has nowhere else to go but here. This feeds this perfectly. The carbon, however, wants to go all the way down here. The carbon wants to be reunited. Okay, I'll just move it all the way over here. The carbon wants to be reunited at some point. Seven per second's a lot, actually. We might need multiple inserters to drop those. This will put it on this side of the belt. It wants to be reunited with the calcite, which will go down here. The calcite currently does that here. So in theory, assuming I'm looking at this right, our carbon goes on this side of the belt, our calcite slams on this side of the belt, these go down here, boom. Calcite, carbon on a belt down here. These are fed here. This should be enough to make this work. Obviously, we need the water still, though. However, we have a water line right down here that we can work with. I don't love how this looks as much, but maybe I like it when it's all connected. Stack inserter? Oh my god. You're so right. I actually forgot about stack inserters. No, I brought them up. I didn't forget about them. Heck yeah, I have Mondo stack inserters. Sure, I'll take laser weapon damage, I guess. 70% is pretty significant. These are all facing the wrong way. Not that it's that big of a deal, but... I mean, it's kind of a big deal, because, like, nothing would work at that point. Wait, these are right and those are wrong? Alright, cool. Okay, so... in theory, now... we need to have the calcite be distributed, but our ice is now good to go. This outputs calcite and ice. It might be a good idea. Oh, I have to remember too that these have their own like icky, not icky, but the extra stuff that comes out sometimes. So calcite, and then we'll make this ice and I'll just copy them. And then they'll occasionally pump out an oxide asteroid chunk, which I'll figure out how to do that, what to do with that. Probably want to do it the other way around if we're going to have them touching, maybe. Maybe not, actually. I changed my mind. I think I know how I want to do this instead. I want to keep 2 of these around for simplicity. My thought process is something like this, because the calcite is like kind of life-blooded here. It's needed everywhere, so I can push it towards the center. I guess the ice is also needed towards the center. The ice input's like really like on the nose though. The ice goes in there, end of story.
Done. These belts are obviously temporary. Don't panic. Okay, boom. Ice goes there. I can even have it so that this outputs ice there as well. This can be an Isopalooza. Although I think all this is going on the same side of the belt. To my memory, it always does like the left side if it can, or something like that. It'd probably be a better idea to try to saturate both sides. How can I fix that? Wait, no, one of these should be putting on a different side than the other one? Maybe. I actually don't know how this is going to output. I guess we can test it and see. No real downside. We'll just leave it for now and see how it goes. What if it gets calcite instead? That would suck. Did I get nothing? Got nothing or calcite? Ooh, hiss. I'm pretty sure that these can roll nothing, right? What would it be under? I guess I could just look at calcite and then find the recipe. No, it should always roll something. Maybe I messed up my belt somewhere? I just don't see the calcite down there, which I would have expected to see. What are you making? Oh, you know, it's going into the stack inserter. That's what it is. Yeah, stack inserter is holding it. Okay, so that spits out on the top side. Boom. And this is definitely on the bottom side, so this is probably fine. Having three of them throws me off. I'd like these two to spit out on the same side and this one to spit out on a different side. It shouldn't really matter because of how fast these belts are. We're not putting 60 per second on a belt, so it should just be fine. I'm overthinking this by a lot. Okay, so calcite is more tricky though. That was a quick research. Really putting me on the spot here to pick another one. I could get artillery range again and then scare myself in like a few minutes. I wish there was some sort of like productivity I could benefit from up here. I guess scrap, not scrap, asteroid reprocessing is one. Go for another one of those ones. Because those are just like more gunk per second, you know? Okay, so calcite only comes from this, right? Yes, so we're going to need calcite sorted out. Calcite is in heckin' hot supply. Calcite is really needed. What is happening here? Is this the calcite input? I don't know what the heck I was on. Oh, right. No, this is calcite and iron ore. I forgot that these are like the same two peas in a pot. That's actually quite nice. We're going to do the processing for this over here. I think maybe like this. I mean, we're probably going to move these, realistically. Because I need them to actually be able to pull them off the belt. I guess I could do like the classic double underground. And should just need a normal belt there. Slightly off of what I wanted. Whoops. Cool. That way these can pull from up there. We can remove that. What do we want to do with our excess ones that spit out is the question right now. I don't know how much reprocessing we're going to need to do either, but I should probably set some of that up at the end. This is the ice line. The ice line is no longer synced to where it needs to be. I'm going to move this over one more so the ice line is synced up. Perfect. Now the ice line goes down. The calcite line needs to be free. Because calcite needs to be on several different parts of the ship at once, so we will design it with calcite being free in mind. This is going to be only calcite coming out of here. Why do I need calcite? Good question. Thanks for asking. Calcite needs to go down here. Calcite needs to go over here, and calcite needs to go over here. So it really just kind of has to go. Like, non-negotiable. It just has to go. Calcite's really messy. Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking about it. Probably gonna have this move upwards. My thought process right now is to keep it so that everything is kind of like where it roughly needs to be. I might have like the iron processing on the side over here or something. I don't know yet. Okay, so the calcite needs to cross here, so we will do that. Then it just has to go straight down. Boom. Calcite's doing what it needs to do. Calcite then goes onto this belt here, goes down, boom. Calcite, success, check. Carbon goes down, straight down. Right, because we have our own little... We wanted our own little carbon doohickey to do this? Was that the plan? Oh, I don't remember. I remember establishing, I think, that like a carbon thing on its own would work for this, but then I speed moduled it to save space, maybe? 1.12. Okay, no. Okay, this is just for that. So yeah, this carbon goes down. This doesn't do anything with that because this has the sulfur on it. This feeds these, so these have to be fed with this belt. That makes sense. Everything is making sense again. So this purely carbon goes straight to the engines. This goes straight to making explosives. The nice thing about these ratios is once we like make this, we can always be like, oh, we really need more explosives. Bam. Copy this, smack it down. We suddenly have what we need. Calcite comes down here. What else does it need? Iron ore. Let's finish on plugging in the calcite still. The calcite needs to plug into here. This outputs the iron plates and the steel plates, so clearly I was planning on making things in this area. I could always make them somewhere else, but I'm going to move them down here for now. I'm going to make some more notes on what these are supposed to be. I think this one was steel, or is that one iron? That's steel, that's what I thought. Steel. Then iron. Plate. Boom. I didn't do an output for the copper yet either, but that's easy enough to do. So this is going to need to output copper and iron. This only needs to do iron. I can, in theory, do the iron over here and then do the copper and iron over here. Pros of this is less spaghetti. Cons of this, I don't really know. Alternatively, I might just do it like this. How much iron does this make? This makes 14 per second. How much does this consume? 6.75 per second. And this consumes 1.6. So this makes enough iron for everything downwind here. So maybe I'll just yeet the excess iron that comes out of this. 14 per second. 6.5. 0.2, which is 1.6. So we're looking at 8.1. This is basically more than enough for like double that. Which again makes me think that I'm not making enough iron plates and stuff. I mean, very clearly, the first thing I'm looking at is this takes 5 per second to make bullets. And this only produces 3.75 per second. I mean, it's okay, it's like 4 point whatever, but still, it's not enough. This makes 93.7 per second, which means that I can support a second iron foundry. 2.37 steel per second. Way more steel per second than I need for this currently. So I'm thinking I need a second iron foundry. Now, that also means that I can't yeet any of this extra iron anymore. Because while this is making 14, now these are going to be eating... No, actually it doesn't change anything. It's still the 6.25. Never mind. That doesn't mean anything. Sorry, I yumped the gun there. Design-wise, though, it's getting pretty tight. I'm going to just move this down. Should be sufficient to do something like this. Grab an underground pipe from somewhere. I'm sure there's one sitting around here. Underground pipe, have that go... I want it to go right there, but that's in the way right now. Okay. And then we can do a little bit of this. That's not where I want to off-put, actually. I'll probably off-put to the side here. If I can. It's getting so close to where my explosives and stuff are, though, or my rocket turrets. I'm willing to use an underground here. I was hoping to set it up in a way where they'd be both on the same side of the belt, but it's only making 3.5 per second, so it should be fine anyways. 60 items per second is more than 7.5 items per second. Probably want to use stack inserters. Basically on every step of anything in this, that's going to be a... the input's probably not as much, but the output's, like, certainly. It'll save a lot of space down the line the more we do it. So... iron is set up now. We can yeet all this excess iron, which is still fascinating to me. It doesn't feel right. But it makes sense. So we'll whitelist this for iron ore. And then copper ore. We still need the output of here, which is going to be a chunk. Deal with that later. That's going to be the mantra of these things, is I'll deal with that later. Okay, perfect. So now, copper ore goes through here. We still need off-puts, by the way. Like, we haven't, like, fixed the fact. It's going to just be some circuits reading what a belt looks like, and then when the belt has too much, I'm going to eat it off. That worked for me before. I don't see why I wouldn't go for it now. So, calcite goes through here, successfully is used for... Okay, no, this isn't right. Calcite's supposed to go onto this belt and then get yeeted through. This puts copper on that side. This puts calcite on that side. This is the calcite output. It's okay, it is. Calcite output goes on that side, that goes on that side. Then it comes down like this. Boom. So that's how I want calcite to look. Then the calcite spits out here, and then it becomes part of this side of the belt, which will then be carbon and calcite, which goes down here. Beautiful. Excellent. So this is now solved. This needs work. I've been bouncing a little bit. I know. So we have iron. Coming from this. Iron comes out here. What do we need iron to do? Well, we need this calcite to come down somewhere. This eats iron ore and calcite. How much does it eat per second? 6.25. Honestly, I might just be like not respecting inserters enough. Here's my thought. We send it like this. Down like that. Heck, we'll do stack inserters. Because these are... It's tough to see. It's 864 degrees per second, which I think is the same as the bulk inserters, but it's 16 items versus 12, so it's pretty efficient. So the steel goes up, the iron goes up. Could do some of the processing down there. We could also make it go down as well. I guess the steel would be a little bit tougher at this point to make it go down. However, with that, the calcite can come through here. And this should be a calcite and iron line. So we have to make it so that this calcite line impacts with the iron line. I think probably the easiest way to make this like make sense to me is just like this. Because this way I know calcite's going on the left, iron's going on the right. Doesn't matter how many outputs there are, that's what's happening. So calcite goes down here, gets nommed a little bit, but not fully, goes down here to the fuel, bam. This outputs iron, steel, copper cables specifically. And I believe we need copper cables, not actual copper, so that's quite nice. So now for the spaghetti parts. Although, to be honest with you, I feel like we have a lot of like open space right now, and green undergrounds can get us a lot. So I feel like we're doing, honestly, like amazing on space. Like I'm quite surprised. We might end up cutting off like the top of the base and compacting it. Either way, because like there's nothing going on down here. Maybe that's what I'll do is I'll reclaim this area for my processing of ammo and stuff. Oh, we also need to like have the explosives go somewhere, which is like, you know, whatever. Oh, I also need the coal to go into this. So there was a few hiccups here that I didn't account for. Oh my god, it's barely good enough. Thank goodness. I was going to be so sad if I had to remake that. I guess I wouldn't be that sad, but I'd be a little sad. Green belt's my beloved, coming in clutch every time. So the steel's currently going upwards. We'll use stack inserters there for sure. May as well take advantage of what we have available to us. As for the iron, we have our iron going down right now, it looks like. What is the steel used for? Steel is primarily used... Okay, no, great. We can have steel go up and iron go down. Perfect. So steel is used for these, which I'll put up here. And iron is used for these, which I'll put down here-ish. We're also going to need explosives, though. This makes 1 explosive per second. This eats 0.3 explosives per second. This makes 3.75 iron per second. Okay, I have an idea of what I'm gonna do. 1 ammo maker just feels like it's not enough though. But it does eat like hella iron, so maybe it'll be fine. I mean, 5 bullets per second is a lot. Maybe we'll be shooting the whole time though. I don't know. It might be too much. This is all trial and error. So, regardless of that, let us do a little underground magic here. I really wish I could like see how long it is. I have to guess and I'm always wrong. It's always like longer than I think it is. Then I go one too many. No, that's good. My thought process is we may as well just like open up an area like this to construct in. So we'll take these over to here. Steel, explosive, copper, copper cable. We'll make our copper cables here. This is gonna get a little bit messier. I guess you have laser on this one to reduce the bullet demand, but I'm hoping that that's how that works out. Fingers crossed. Also, like, we have the luxury of cheating a little bit, because, like, we're trying to get to the Shattered Planet. We'll be able to build up, like, a good buffer of everything before that, hopefully. I really like this setup. This setup's got me feeling like that free dopamine. We're definitely, like... I wish I could remove the space platform hub. That's how I'm feeling right now. You know that image that's, like... a really well-drawn horse in the beginning, and then towards the end it just gets to be like a stick figure horse? That's how my ship's feeling to me right now. So, I kind of arbitrarily chose 4 of these per second because I have no idea how many of these will really go through. This will eat 4 of our explosives per second. Well, this will eat 3.1. Which is to say I could probably afford to do another one of these. That'll put us at 1 point... Oh, it needs 0.4. Yeah. No, wait. Yeah, 0.4. So this will put us at 1.02 explosives per second consumed, which I don't think is that bad. How fast do railgun turrets shoot? Good question. It says 0.35 plus 0.16 per second. Holy cow, they can shoot like a lot faster than I can make ammo for them. Granted, we will have some on the belt and stuff, but that's actually quite scary. Yeah, if I'm having 5 of them shooting once every 2 seconds, that's like 2.5 per second I would need to satisfy them. With these assemblers and the materials I'm making right now, that ain't it. We're at like a fifth of what we would need. Yeah, I'm not sure either, but it's... I'm gonna try this and we can always upgrade it later, I think is the idea. Okay, so... You know, I'll make this a stack inserter, actually. So this needs explosive, steel plate, copper plate. This will put a bunch of copper plates, or copper wires, which need 0.5 per second. Up here. It's on this side of the belt right now. We also need steel. Being able to double down on some of the inputs for this would be so nice. I know something I can do, actually. We can do one of our older designs here. Really take advantage of those underground belts. If we don't want to try to belt weave them all together, we can do something like this. Oh my golly, it takes so much space though. Honestly, it's kind of perfect, though. Because we want the ammo to go like this, right? It's like... It's kind of exactly what I wanted, but also... Is it what I deserve, you know? That's the real question. The explosives are a little bit annoying to get up there, shockingly. No, they're not. I'm just being dumb. My bad. Forgot to turn on the thinking cap for a sec. So this is automation of railgun ammo done. I should have a perfect amount of resources going into it. It takes up an okay chunk of space in the middle area, but it seems good. I will have to splitter some of it off for explosives. We can make 2 explosive thingies right now after running the aforementioned numbers. So we will do as such. You also need iron plates, which are quite abundant. Asteroid productivity 5. Don't mind if I do. That's actually probably making quite a nice boon for us. That'll, in some places, maybe push us over the edge to get an extra. That didn't change. It's still 7.5. That changed, though. That's 3 instead of 2.8. Maybe it was 7 before, not 7.5. That would make sense. Maybe. Such a weird amount to do, that's one. I'll take a laser weapon damage up, maybe. The less time they have to fire, the more effective they'll be for us. I'm gonna be so sad when... Okay, it's not inevitable, but when the likely scenario of everything not working as I wanted it to pans out, that's gonna be a real bummer. It's not gonna be like... I'm not gonna be like, oh, I give up, everything sucks or anything, but I am gonna be bummed out about it. No, this is not what I want. I want these to be stacky wackies. Okay, so that should... Assuming that this drops... Oh god, I don't know where this is going to drop. Perfect. That is exactly what I was hoping for. I wanted to drop on the right side of the belt in this scenario. It's doing so. Drops on the right side of the belt. Goes up here. And then this will come on the other side of the belt. Okay. So that's rockets done in theory. I really don't think this is going to be enough bullets. I mean, maybe it will be. It is a lot of bullets per second. But I really don't have any faith in it. But changing it's going to be like a lot of things added. But I think we have a bunch of spare iron ore right now, so maybe that's the play. Let me think for a second. So we're producing... We're just yeeting 3 iron ore here. This is producing 15 iron ore per second. This uses 6.25. This uses 1.6, putting us at 7. Surely there's somewhere else iron ore is being used. Let's follow the iron ore from its source. It's literally only being used here. Yeah, I gotta suck it up. I gotta grab another foundry. There's this, like, without a doubt. This is unfortunate, but it's so true. Unfortunately, as well. I mean, maybe not unfortunately. Maybe this is, like, fine. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise. I have so much excess iron right now that I can't justify not doing this, you know? Thankfully, I can kind of nab it off the belt here. God, this ship has so much, like, excess space I should be taking advantage of. The more I look at it, the more I'm like, I like parts of the design, but, like, this belt foo is fine. But if I could just move this somewhere to the top, which I don't think would be that hard to do for the record, like, and then just, like, belt foo it across, we could cut out this whole section. I feel like the space music got really zen recently. But, like, so now this section is, like, completely unnecessary. I think I'm gonna compact it. Unfortunately, I worry that my thing is gonna ship a bunch of stuff down. Maybe I can prevent it by putting down a bunch of cargo bays ahead of time. I think it shoots the stuff down when it's too full on stuff. I'm hoping with that I'll be able to do it. Okay, it should be like this. And then lining it like... Oh, those belts are... No, let me actually put that back. I'm sorry. I didn't know what I was thinking. Those belts are... I need to grab a little more of those belts. Those belts are load-bearing for my brain. All right. Okay, that's fine. That saves like a chunk of space. That makes me feel a little bit better about it. Less wasted space. Definitely feel better. Okay. I hope all the cables are still good. I imagine that they are. Except this one. This one is scrungle bunked. I see. It has been unbunked. I feel so much better. I'm so glad I was able to just remove one little small section. Like, this is still, like, very spicy. How much is down here? But maybe I can add, like, accumulators or something. I don't know. Either way, I'm glad I saved a little bit of space there. You know what? To make myself feel better about it, actually, maybe I'll process the bullets down here. Just to, like, stop cramping it in the corner is hard. You're wrong, but I think the corner railgun fire is going to kill the missile launcher. Interesting. I didn't know they'd have piercing. It's a good call out then. That looks good. I like that. Heck, that's too far. Anything in green would take damage. Heckin' good to know. The splash zone, as it's known. Those guns are huge, yeah. You know, welcome to the gun show, buddy. Some big asteroids we gotta deal with. What do they shoot? Pain. They shoot rails, I believe. They're rail guns, so I believe they shoot these. You basically fire trains into your opponents, and just from like the kinetic mass of the train, it really does a number on them. It's a real thing. It's like a real thing. Don't look it up, though. Okay, so how does this work out for the calcite? This works out for the iron, but how does it work out for the calcite? If I eat 0.12 more calcite. Wait, what? Oh, it's 0.12, not 1.2. This eats 0.8. This eats 0.12. This eats 0.12. We should have plenty. This should be in excess still, I think. I hope. I'm kind of spitballing that, though, to be honest. That's crazy if it's real. I want to get that far in my run if it's true. Don't hate me. I know that this is going to come to as a shock to you, but I may have fibbed about it firing trains. It just fires the rails, not the trains. So don't be too disappointed if you get to this point in your run, it fires only rails and not trains. But I saw how excited you were, and I didn't want to hit you with the cold water too soon, you know? Yeah, I'm definitely concerned about the power that it's going to take. Sadgers, I'm sorry. My streamer lied to me. I didn't lie. I just gave you an opportunity to believe. Think of it like that. Oh my god, I have to remove it first. I'm like, why isn't this working? There we go. No, please don't add a space platform. I really can barely handle this one right now. But thank you for offering to add a space platform. Okay, so here's the secret. This is what they don't tell you. If your ship ever feels like you're wasting real estate, you just add a crap load of cargo bays. And then suddenly your ship looks so much more full. Laser weapon damage 9 completed. I think I'm gonna grab another projectile damage. I think we have an excess of at least space science. I have to imagine our novice sciences are hurting. Our purple science is starting to feel it. I never fixed up purple science and stuff, so I just assumed they were buttons. Or some lights. Oh, I didn't think about lights on the platform. Hold on. That does change things. I would like to start comboing this down as well, because if I don't set this up now, I'm going to build where it's going to need to be later on. Where the heck am I gonna make the iron? Like, this is fine and dandy, but like, or the bullets. I guess I only have one bullet maker that I need to do. No. This will be 2. Will this still only be 1 bullet maker? Oh no, I'm losing track of all my numbers. What is this iron for? What is iron? Using this? Nope. Using this? Yup. This uses 1.2 iron, 1.24, whatever. We'll call it 1.24, I guess. I don't know why I'm making it so complex. This makes 7.5 iron. Perfect. So that means this makes 7.5 iron. We have 15 iron to spend. 15 IPS available to us right now. This consumes like none. Okay, so we'll have two bullet makers. 2 bullet makers, great. That doubles our BPM, which most people think is beats per minute, but it's in fact bullets per meter. That's it. I'm hitting you with the water check. Oh, you know, I haven't had my water with me the whole time. I'll go grab my water for you. But you have to admit that I don't ignore YouTube chat. Me hunched over like a croissant for 6 hours designing a spaceship. Not drinking water like a buffoon. But now I've drank water, so it's over. Unlimited power does come to mind. Okay, wait, so this is calcite, this is iron. What a weird setup I have going on. It's fine. It's not that weird. It's a little bizarre, I guess, but who cares? Live a little. Okay, so currently this iron will never be able to output anywhere unless I get real funky, which I think I'm gonna do. Boom. Iron output 1. Extra pipe for the road. Stack inserter. Boom, boom. Catch me testing this over and over again because I genuinely don't remember. Okay, so that goes on the right side of the belt. Perfect. So that means this one will be here. This will also be on the right side of the belt. So these won't interact in a positive way unless I do this. And now they're going to be on the same side of the belt. Grab these, smack them over here. Okay, maybe don't snap. Maybe hold off on smacking them. Let's finish making our, like, spaghetti belt around the base. Let's start with that, and then we'll decide what we want to do. This is so many asteroid collectors. Is this like really excessive? It feels really excessive, but like at this point, I don't know. Maybe this is normal. Oh, I really like how this frames the power plant. Actually, that looks crazy. Maybe this is normal. I really like how this belt looks. I don't even know if it's going to be good. It's so different from what we were doing before. But I really like it. It's just so stylish. I need to copy 2 of these. Stop being a dum-dum. Okay, so I'd like to put one more turret down here. I can't admit that. You mean about like me not ignoring YouTube chat? That's the deal breaker for you? Come on. We were so cool until I forgot about you for that 7 streams. Then suddenly it was just like an issue, and I don't really get it. The message was like 10 minutes ago, Pepe had... No, it wasn't. Come on. Okay, that one was probably a little bit of time. I'll give you that one, but it wasn't 10 minutes. There's no chance. I refuse. I'm being gaslit. This is not gas-litty legitty, as the kids say. Okay, so I already have seen an issue. I have seen a very tremendous issue. Currently, I have ammo on the same side of the belt as asteroids. Which was a blunder, admittedly. However, an easy blunder to rectify. Oh, honestly, I'm really liking it. I don't know if it'll be enough, but I really like it. Oh yeah, we don't actually have a way to feed these yet. I forgot. Last time I used splitters. I think we're going to just use inserters this time. Although I'm getting a little ahead of myself, aren't I? I need to deal with the fact that we don't have any output for the extra things. I'm excited though. The ship took a long heckin' time. I'm also glad that none of our other places... Look at how good Gleba looks. Oh, I just want to eat all that delicious stacked, not called mutagel bioflux. Uh-oh. Why would this be low? Ah, I figured out something broken. The seed belt is gunked now. I like that one of these broke down and we were still fine though. Forgot that by extending this outwards, it would make our number all messed up. I guess shortening it? I don't know. Either way, it got gunked, but I fixed it. What do we think Bioflux tastes like? Oof. It's a good question. First thing comes to mind, those like little fruit gummies that kind of look like the shapes of the fruits they're supposed to be. Alternatively, they kind of got a rock candy look to them, but I have to imagine they're gooier than hard. I wish I was more culinarily inclined. I would try to like make something that looked like it, but I am not a very good chef. I like cooking, but I'm not a good chef. It's got to be something squishy, though. Definitely sweet, right? I think we can all agree that everything on Gleba tastes sweet. My eyes are so scuffed, I thought that there was black Yumakos going on the belt here, but it's just a belt. Yikes, I've been staring at my screen too long. Okay, so these are all set up for if we're getting a perfect amount of everything all the time, which is cool. However, unlikely. Whoops. Actually, that's probably fine like that. Yeah, it is. So we need to yeet off excess stuff, and we need to deal with what happens when these output their extra goobies. This will output metallic asteroid chunks. This will do carbonic, this will do carbonic, this will do metallic. The first thing that comes to mind is just throw them up here and yeet them off the side. My expectation is that we're going to have so much garbage breaking around us at all times that we're never going to be needing anything. That may not be an accurate representation of reality. But that is my current expectation, and I'm going to operate on that, and we'll have to adjust it if it doesn't turn out to be the case. But that is my expectation, is there's just going to be so much garbage everywhere. That doesn't feel right. I don't think it's a bad idea to group it all up somewhere, but it doesn't feel right. Hey, we got the uncommon laser turrets. Heck yeah. Right for gore. But what do we do is the question. Is that max length on that one? I think it is. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's look at space. I guess you could try to merge it back in Sushi Belt. I was thinking about that. I'm really like babied by that one mod. They let you pick the side of the belt the insert on. Because I'd be able to just like dump them like this super easily. I can get creative though. The downside of this one though is that it's gonna have to grab with a red inserter. How much is it process per second? 0.4 a second. Red inserter should be able to keep up then, I think. I hope. These ones have a lot more space and are a lot easier to put it back on the sushi belt. It's just this one that's really awkward. Everything else is super easy. I'm gonna plug everything in. Heck it, I want to see it running. I guess we can identify errors and stuff. The beginning is obviously going to be a little bit weird, especially above novice, but we've stored up a little bit. Now, I'm not running any tanks to store thruster this time. We can slam a few down, but currently we're not running any, so if I can keep it like that, we may as well. I also didn't plug in the thruster, which I'm now realizing is borderline impossible where I put this. It's not borderline impossible, but it is... I suddenly put a bunch of large things in the way of where the thruster was supposed to go. How could this have happened? Truly a mystery of the Ko. Trying to like match the aesthetic of the other side if I can. How many is that? Just one there. Actually, I like these pipes even more. Okay. So now there's a crazy amount of carbon. That's something else we had to do. Like, there's going to be a time where there's excess of stuff, so I actually need these belts to back up. Ideally not too quickly, but I do need them to back up eventually. I never made the bullet production. I can put it right here. It is going to be a little spaghetti to get there. It seems like it might still be worth making in spite of the fact that I forgot about it. One of those, I feel like I forgot about something. Well, if you forgot, it's not important. Yeah, yep. Certainly how it seems to be. Cool. So we will ask for bullets here. There's a lot that needs to happen, so I forgot it's a magazine, not bullets. So while we do have a nice, like, foothold... Oh, no. Stack inserters. Is that steel? You know what? That's valid. I certainly goofed on that one. That was quite the gaffe. I forgot to make it so that the ammo actually comes out of the machines and then goes onto the belt. I was just like, what if we put all of the materials on the belt instead? That was a goof and a gaffe, I will admit. This is why we do a dry test like this, you know? So we can identify the goofs and the gaffes before they get too wacky. Heck. Actually, wait, no, this is perfect. Oh my god, I love it. I don't know if it's possible to get enough of it. No, I want that on the other side of the belt. Heck, I don't love it. I can totally get more of it. And not enough of it. I need an inserter to put the ammo out. That's what I established. It's fine. We have the space. I'm a little bit whiny about it. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to delete, like, basically all of this. I still steal, like, all the way down. No! How could I have done this? That's it. Get rid of it all. All of it has to go. Oh my god, there's so much steel. Okay, it's almost at the end at least. You know about Control Z, right? What's Control Z? Is this a bait? Am I going to type Control Z and it just, like, closes my game? When was the last time it saved? Hit undo. Filter arm to steel only. That's a good point. I should do that. I did not know Control Z undid something, to be honest. I don't even know how that's possible in theory. It's cool. I should know it was a thing. Have I run out of belts? No, we have 6,000 left. We're doing okay. I want to expand this out slowly so that it'll slowly yoink them off. Sorry, Steel. That brings me back to a stupid high school story. I was friends with a few people in high school that thought it was a good idea to do petty theft from at like specific places that I'm not going to name for probably obvious reasons. And they thought it was really funny to say things like these prices are a steal when they were like leaving the store stealing stuff. And I think about that from time to time. That's like some real degenerate stuff. Crazy that like actually was like a thing. People are so stupid in high school. Oh my god, do I have more uncommon ones? Hold on. How many do I have? Did it shoot up another 10? I wanted to intersperse more of these. Yo, let's go. This is so nice. I feel like we're like relatively well defended. Do I have any more of them? I'm gonna assume I'm out now. I think that was 10. I have more. Incredible. Heck, I can't fit symmetrical set over there, but I can do it if I do it like this. Cool. Okay, so. All right, belt number 1 is filled up, which is great because I wanted to get rid of excess carbon. So let us produce a carbon get rid of fire. Should be easy peasy to do. In theory, in principle. Oh, but a splitter is going to make it read weird, right? Oh, wait, that has calcite coming down as well. Calcite's going to be such in short supply. Okay, I don't want to do it down here. I remember what my plan was initially. I was going to get rid of it way higher up. Honestly, up here is probably the perfect spot to get rid of it. I wish I saw how many were on the belt, though, at that time. That would have been good intel. You are getting calcite on occasion, so I'm going to just let you do your thing for now. But I will use this as a chance to delete that as well. Okay, so... I hope that this works okay. This is the part that always stresses me out. It looks like it reads down to there. Perfect. So enable, disable, we'll do on these cents of copper ore. And we'll say if it's above 250, it's gotta go. Great, so there's copper dealt with. Carbon, we're going to do something very similar. I can't imagine these are going to be going off too often, but at least for getting the ship like fueled up, this is a very good thing to do, I feel. 700, holy moly, how about 650? Oh, I really like how it looks like this. It looks like you're playing like a shmup game and the enemies are shooting those big things that spread out, and then you see like the small area where you can fit your character through that you gotta go through. I haven't played shmups in a while. Hooray. Should the copper insert be filtered to only throw copper off? Yes, it should. Good call. Honestly, I'm gonna just filter everything. I don't want something funky happening that's undesirable. Oh, you know what? These aren't filtered. That's certainly something that could go wrong. Even with that filter, this could just not pull correctly. this is also incorrect. How am I going to do this? Okay, I know a way to do it. One of these has to be sulfur and one of them has to be carbon. Completely forgot to set up these filters. Carbon. Yeah, I'm gonna do it again. Perfect. I should just leave all of these made next to me so I can exit map view and be like, ah, yes, of course. Exactly what I wanted. Okay. So these are both now on a belt together down here where they are consumed. These are going to be a little bit more weird to get rid of. But also I don't have to get rid of them at all. If this backs up, this is fine. This is like a closed circuit of just ammo. So if this backs up, then great. Let it stack. Okay, let's look at the ice. The ice is filtered correctly. The iron is certainly full. Red inserter needs to feed the crusher too. Oh, good call. I was like, why isn't it happening? Because we forgot about that. Okay, so... now we need to deal with the excess of the big iron. Which I think we'll just eat off the opposite side of this iron to make it look good. Oh, would you look at that, like it was made to be. So we will filter this for iron ore specifically, though I don't think it's going to matter, but I would still rather be as careful as we can with iron ore here. And we will wire this bad boy in here. How much of this will it read? Okay, that's simple enough. We'll only read this area. It won't really matter if this area is backed up per se, as long as that area is backed up. So if this one says... iron ore is 220. I'm surprised genuinely that there's 200 there. We'll just say above 180. And obviously change it so it actually works. Cool. So that's taken care of. The ice and the calcite... the ice goes down here to die. I can, in theory, get rid of the ice lower down on the ship, but it's probably not a good idea. But the ice belt is really exclusive. It's really in there. I can set up this preemptively, and perhaps I will do exactly that. Use filters, we'll call it for... we'll just keep it on use filters for now, actually. This will be our ice off-put later on. But not yet. I don't know if we're ever going to need a calcite off, but we might. It's probably safer to plan for one than to not. We'll use the same off put. Should be perfectly fine in this tight area. Oh yeah, don't actually filter yet. So ice and calcite are dealt with. This is all of the ice, this is all of the calcite. Excess carbon is dealt with, excess iron is dealt with. I think that's everything dealt with. This belt's filling up on its own too. We don't have any water to really start anything. I could send up some water to get the engine going, potentially. Alternatively, I could just wait a little bit. Why do we have no oxidizer? There's no calcites. Oh, I really like how these belts look. Wow, I really like that. Calcite's just in really short supply right now, and same with ice. We do have like hella bullets. I want to not put too many bullets on the belt. That's a concern of mine. So we're going to read belt contents, hold all belts, and we're going to check to make sure that there aren't a crazy amount of magazines on the belt. I want a good chunk of them, but I don't want it so the entire belt is magazine. I don't think it's going to be an issue with how massive this belt is. It is truly a remarkably large belt. I'll call it for 1,000, I guess, and even then I think that that's going to be a little bit excessive. I only did 100, whoops. All right, time to go home from work and enjoy the rest of the stream. I appreciate it. I'm probably going to be wrapping up pretty soon. I accidentally missed lunch by 4 hours, so maybe I'll go grab a snack or something. Or I'll start figuring out dinner. Do we think we can make it over to another place right now? I would like to move the ship off of Novice. Reason being is it's gonna fuel up better anywhere else. Girl, we gotta get you luncheon regularly. It's, you know, look, you're not wrong, but when I get focused on something, I just like, I don't know, I don't get hungry, so why would I eat, you know? Oh my god, you can't even fit the ship in the same screen. Holy moly. Like, it's not a crazy amount, but this is a big ship. What's the weight on it? 900 tons. Oh my goodness. It makes the Artemis look so tiny. I mean, if we zoom it out into perspective, this is as far as both of them can zoom out. I could shave off a little bit of weight, probably, assuming the space platform counts for weights, but I don't know if it does. It does. All right, we can shave off a little bit of weight. I don't see a reason to not do this then. Plus it gives us some texture, you know? Obviously, we don't really want to shave off the parts where we're eating stuff off, so we will leave that as is. And there we go. We shaved off a little bit of weight. I don't think we're going to make it under 900 tons, but you know what? That scale lies anyways. It always puts on an extra 4,000 kilograms. Don't sweat it. So I can trim this, but I can't trim that. That's got to stay, because pipes can't go underground. Hey, I'm gonna say that honestly I want to hop on it. I just want to be bored such a magnificent ship. I keep building new space platforms. I can't help it. I don't know what's wrong with me. Where have I gone? Oh, I was controlling map mode and I was very confused. All right, so I also want to take up, I don't know why I would take my railgun up with me. I kind of want to though. Oh, you know what we're gonna do actually? Hold on. I'm gonna put my cryogenic science pack, a legendary, and my railgun up there. Can railguns not go in, or are they a full kilogram on their own? Okay, they're just, or not a kilogram. They're more than a kilogram, they're a ton. All right, I'm gonna send up my railgun. I'm gonna send up my emotional support cryogenic science pack. I would like to note that we haven't done anything with beacons or modules. Mine's 2,700, it's a wide boy. There is some genuine girth to be said about what's going on there. My goodness. Let me turn off my assigned groups. I really want to get a feel for the power. Like, this was like the hardest part. I mean, okay, maybe not. It also might not work, which would suck. But I think it's a good starting point. It needs to start getting like some fuel though eventually. Let me verify. Am I using stack inserters to off-put all my ammo? Yes. Yes. Have you made any yet? No, because you haven't made any explosives, because the explosives are gated by the coal and sulfur. I'm gonna try to take it out over somewhere colder. Maybe Fulgora? Maybe Gleba? I really like this ship. Sure, it's not perfect, but I really like it. Okay, well, let's go. Let's see if we can make it to Fulgora. I don't know if we're actually going to make it or not, to be honest with you. I mean, I just saved before I went up. But we have our emotional support, cryogenic science pack, as well as our railgun in case we get into trouble. I genuinely have no idea if we can even make it to Fulgora with how little stuff we have. We don't have any fuel at all. We have 0 thruster rock. I was hoping to get enough speed to like make it a few feet. Wait, what? I never plugged in the last part. Oh, because it's slightly off. Okay. All right, so good news and bad news. Bad news, that's a -1 for the symmetry, which is kind of cringe, so I'm gonna have to fix that if I can. Good news, travel might be back on the menu. So, you know, we take the dub skis we can get. As soon as I change this, it's just gonna kick on, so we better heckin' hope we can make it. What if we're like really, really fast and it just kills us? Alright, I'm going to plug it in a sec. I'm gonna just do one more save. Think your inserter is missing your explosive plant? I'll have to check that out. Hold on to your hats. My hat is going to be held. Alright, which inserter? My explosive cryogenic plant. Inserter missing. Yup. That is certainly a correct assessment that you have made. That is shameful, but we've done it. Okay, you just need a little bit of water. You're not connected to the water. No, you're connected to this water. But this water is not actually taking any ice because this water is too close to the ice. So I needed to see. Look, we're figuring it out as we go. Oh, I actually like how this cascades now. Cool, 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 cool. I'm so nervous. I love this ship though. I do. All right, I'm gonna send it. I think we got some bullets on the belt, not many of them. I'm hoping that these will do a lot of the work, but we'll see. Did I plug it in? Shouldn't it be going? I'm looking at the wrong vehicle currently. Thinking about this Hallman ductor. Alright, we're making explosivos now, which means we're getting a little bit of water, which is great. Explosivos turn into rockets. Boom. Stick them on the belt. Everything is working. Incredible. Uh-oh. Looks like I have an excess of steel. That shouldn't matter, actually. An excess of steel is fine. We don't have to break down an excess of steel. Although this is a wasteful underground belt, remember that. It also leaves us with an odd number, but it's neither here nor there, really. Okay, let's go. I didn't finish plugging it in because I was looking at the other ship. Let's go. Oh, hot dog, here we go. It's pretty quick. I guess the extra 2 thrusters. Oh, hold on, we're running out of fuel. No, we're back. From it's so over to we're so back. Just keep it over 200 for a little bit longer so we can like get somewhere that does something. Oh, the little ones are really cool. The lasers. Those actually go crazy town. Still got a good chunk of ammo, too. I really like the lasers. I'm glad someone said something about that. I never would have thought about it. I just want to chill above Fulgora. We're gonna like charge so much faster above Fulgora. We're also gonna identify any more issues above Fulgora. We are just out of fuel. Because there's just no calcite to be had. Hopefully we'll be grabbing some now. Really hoping we're never going to get struck by a heavy one. Or like a big rock. Because like we have railguns on the front. I'm hoping this range is enough where we're not going to catch a stray towards the back. That would really suck. Do you ever set inserters for you in the railgun turrets? No. In fact, we made it impossible at points to do so. Good call out, though. I appreciate it. Alright, we've arrived at Fulgora. My thought process was, we go to Fulgora, there's some of these around, some of those, we grab a bunch of stuff, everything gets going, that way we can get a better idea of how it functions. Definitely seeing the downside of not having some stored fuel. At least when you're above novice and stuff, it's really unfortunate. But hopefully we can fuel up a little bit better here. Not to disappoint, but I'm definitely not planning on going to the Fractured Planet this stream. Or not the Fractured Planet, the Solar System's Edge, whichever one is the goal for this ship, which I think is Solar System. I'm definitely not planning on going there this stream. I just want to get the ship up and going. And then I think next time I'm going to focus on my other goal, which is the Legendary Spidertron. But I really felt like working on a ship today, and I'm glad I did, because this was fun. I really like how it came out, too. Obviously, it might need some more work, but that's okay. You know, baby steps. I'm realizing now that I have like a whole extra iron machine that is not being utilized. There's so many flaws on this. Thankfully, this one's easy to fix. Man, I love stack inserters. All right, cool. You know what? Since we made that trip successfully, we're gonna wrap up there. I think the plan is going to be working on Fulgora, which is why I brought this here, because I want to work on getting that quality stuff so I can make the Legendary Spidertron. Because that was my two things. I want to make a Legendary Spidertron. I want to make it to the edge of the solar system. If I can do both those things, I'll feel like I've succeeded in a way. Have we created any of these yet? No, because we don't have any copper cable. Why don't we have copper cable? Because no calcite made it down here. Because I made it impossible for calcite to come down here? Or because calcite's really rare? The fact that we don't have any concerns me. Oh. Well, that's my answer right there. None of it makes it down. Easy enough to fix, but certainly a simple blunder. Whoops, that's not far enough down. No, don't do it. I saved it. I realized what I did at that moment. Oh my gosh, I can't stop sneezing. I'm in a world of pain. And by pain, I mean sneeze. Okay, I'll put priority rights. We'll put the calcite there so that can trickle down. Boom. Oh, that should work out now. And I'm certainly sneezing a lot. So the calcite then goes down here, goes into our fuel, bada bing, bada boom. Now this actually starts creating copper cables. Physical damage, 11 is done as well. I think I'm going to look at scrap productivity next since we're looking at that place. How's our power been, actually? That's something I wanted to check. Oh my gosh, when we were like going, we were peaking at 40. Still not quite, like, this is still sufficient, but we have to be a little bit careful. But yeah, cool. Cool. Firefly is now at least able to travel a little bit. Still upgrading a little bit, getting a few more bullets and got our uncommon laser turrets and stuff. Something we could do as a byproduct while we're working on the legendary Spidertron is if we have a bunch of legendary materials that might go into a rocket turret or something, we could send it over to Gleba and then make some legendary, or not legendary necessarily, but higher quality rocket turrets and things for more range. Either way, I'm saving for now. We'll work on Fulgora next time and try to work on the legendary Spidertron. Thanks for watching, though. That was a lot of fun. Hopefully you had fun too, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Bye for now.